multiple dwellings. So it's stacked, typically it's stacked vertically, shared entrances, stairways, hallways, amenities. This is where you're going to see your apartments and your condos. The city should locate high density residential in areas that have access to commercial corridors. So you have 23rd Street, Military Avenue. There's a couple of other areas in the community where it's appropriate, but you're mainly looking at key intersections or key corridors where it just makes sense for transportation connections and overall transition into other neighborhoods. That high density residential should also take into consideration, as I mentioned, where your transportation hubs are, where your highway entrances and exits are. And again, just leveraging your access, not just here in Fremont, but across the region. That's something that as part of the long range transportation plan will be folding in, what these uses could use or how they could benefit from those transportation improvements. And the high density development should also provide options for affordable housing, those price points that are attractive to young professionals, to young families. Again, something that we've heard about the different groups of people that want to live, different stages throughout their time here in Fremont, and making sure that opportunity is provided. This is a good entry point. The last residential category is the mobile home category. So this includes mobile home, detached single-family homes that are constructed on a permanent chassis. The city should support mobile home uses in areas that are compliant with the current zoning code. And this use should only occur outside of areas of high risk of flood. So anywhere there's a flood hazard, that's something that we want to consider. So a couple of different questions that we have here in terms of the residential that we wanted to talk about. But I guess before I get into that, any questions from the group here? Any comments, suggestions as you're looking at the map or as we go through these lanes? Sure.
As I look at the map that you have before us tonight, up into the far east quadrant, it's all listed as road ends of residential. We have Bluestown up in that area, which is not.
Correct.
So I'm curious as to why it was reported on the map.
So that's an adjustment along Luther, and actually I would take it from Bluestown coming all the way down to the multifamily that we've identified just north of the commercial development of 23rd. Then coming all the way down from Bluestown is a great example of where medium density residential should be applied. So that's a map adjustment that we actually talked about this maybe more changes. Oh, absolutely. And I should have said that this is by no means locked in. This is our first opportunity to present this land use plan. We met with the steering committee about 2 hours ago. There were a couple of adjustments or recommendations that they made. A lot of good points. So there's already a couple of adjustments that we're going to need to make to the map. And I would assume after this discussion, we're going to have more refinements that we need to make. And also, once we're done with that, come back and present in the next step, kind of this next layer down, these additional detailed area plans. I would anticipate seeing some changes along the way. So this is our first shot at it. We want to make sure that we're 80% home. That gives us the opportunity to make the refinements we need to over the next few months. So that's a good point. One that we've already flagged. There's a few other where I think we showed as multifamily. And based on what's there now, it's more appropriate that it's flagged as medium density. There was just a discrepancy on the way we entered that. So that's a good catch. Any other comments or suggestions?
I have one on. It'd be on East Military. You have it as high density residential exit there.
Yep.
Would commercial be more suited for that as far as if you want to put somebody wants to put a gas station?
I'm just excited. The two here, so it's like the steering committee must have called you guys. Yes, that is also a possibility there. I feel like we're starting to get into like micromanaging. The 150 feet or 250 feet that are fronting military could very well be commercial. I think we just need to come up with a way to better visualize that. That's a good catch. I think there was another comment on just to the north over here. That is medium density too, along 23rd on the east side of the highway. So that's another good example of just an adjustment we need to make. So good catches. I'm glad we're all on the same page. This is good. Yep.
Question here, thinking about schools, has there been anything brought up about future schools and locations within this community?
The steering committee asked the very same question, and yes, we talked at good length about where the schools could be located, what possible locations should be considered. I will say it's really not the responsibility of the land use plan to identify specifically where a school should go. We do want to make sure that we're programming and keeping that in mind. The last thing you want to do is show this is the one and only place a school could go. That creates a couple of different conflicts. But as redevelopment or as growth starts to occur in some of these greenfield areas, Public services are a critical component of making sure that you're setting the stage for those to be located in those areas.
Well, it does
You're gonna
affect
fall short.
transportation though, I believe.
Absolutely. We talked,
Well,
that was
that's
probably
big on
the number one thing we talked about with schools is one of their driving factors are like accurately being able to project and understand what the traffic impacts might be, and how do you mitigate it. So a couple of the sites that we talked about, they make sense on paper, they look great on the language plan in terms of traffic input or traffic impacts could be pretty significant. So that's something that we're still working through. We'll continue to coordinate with the city to make sure we have all the most recent updates on where the schools could potentially be located. But you can see on this map, I mean, if all of this was to develop, you need more schools, you'll need more fire and safety locations. So I think generally we'll identify in that public facilities matrix or framework that we pull together in the next step. We'll identify generally where services might be needed to, or might have to be located in the future, but it won't be parcel specific. We've got to be really careful in what we're taking. Any other comments?
The southeast down here, all are
Yes.
around that is, it appears to be no residential and agricultural, which that's what it is.
It's just what it is today, correct? Yep.
There's really no use for that.
I mean, there may very well be, looking at the lifespan of this plan, and as industrial starting to shift further south to there, I mean, it could possibly be industrial, the uses could transition there. But I think in terms of where we were looking at the growth areas line occurring, we sort of snapped the line just short of that area. Or, I mean, any thoughts on that? Do we want to explore it differently? Do we want to provide additional use suggestions there? I'm just asking.
We had some landowners inquire a while back about that specific area as to whether for commercial application, so ballpark. Other things. No concerns, but certainly other things were being proposed, other than what's on. At least by those.
Yeah, I would say based on the recommendations here, it's more of it would be maintained as it is now. I think if that's something that we want to explore different use, we're definitely open to suggesting clear up this is better.
Another question on that, it looks like you won't go out so far. So is that where you stop on that area of town, or this part of the
Yeah.
As you look around, how far out do you go?
Yeah, so we really snapped the line at the highway. There's some opportunities where there's some interchanges, so I think we've identified some uses that are going up and down, obviously. And again, when you look at the amount of land that we're programming, both for residential, commercial, and industrial, I would say at this point, we're well beyond the more current, outlooks, where we're at in the next 5, 7, 10 years. And that is the point of this plan, but at some point, you don't want to be completely programming this entire area. It's not realistic, and it could encourage the type of growth that you may not want to encourage. And a big focus of our planning recommendations are about infill. So those are some of the questions that we have to discuss as well. Is there's a lot of opportunity for infill within your current municipal boundary, even before you start to push out beyond what is your current municipal boundary. So those are the types of considerations that we want to go through.
I would say that if you look at that area between Old Highway 8 and Old 275, as you go down, there's actually a lot of area there that we could fill in prior to the ball field area. And across the way, across 275 is the potential for the Port Authority.
Right.
And if the Port Authority comes, that would be a huge industrial area. So there's a lot of industrial space shown in the comp plan. Now, having said that, if we do start to develop a Port Authority, there may be a need for some sort of other kind of development right there at that ball field site where they have an access point. We just don't even know exactly what that is right now.
One question we had is, and I talked a little bit about it when we went through the mobile home category. Currently, we show one mobile home facility or one mobile home identified on the land use plan. That includes Westlake. We didn't include Meadowbrook. We didn't include Regency as an example. And I guess we wanted to get your feedback on On the land use plan, do we want to show those areas as mobile home parks? Knowing that if you show it on the land use plan, that's something that could be there and could be a part of, your future fabric moving forward. So we just want to make sure that that's something that you want to show to a land use category. So any thoughts on that?
As a little bit of background, Westlake is the only mobile home park that has mobile home zoning. Meadowbrook and Regency, neither one of them have mobile home zoning, and they're considered major non-conforming uses. Which does two things. It assumes that it'll go away eventually. And the other thing is that it discourages any kind of reinvestment because it's not a permitted use in the area. So the question has been brought up by people from Regency and also Meadowbrook is up for sale. I've had a number of people call and inquire about that and ask, well, why isn't it done that way? What are you going to do with the comp plan? So it seemed to be that this is the first time to have that.
Yeah, a couple of different things on back there, but I mean, I think the first question is, do we want to show mobile home parks on the future land use plan? That would be the first question. Thoughts?
Well, I mean, you talked before, the mobile home parks shouldn't be anywhere near where they're gonna be flooding. That's, I mean, Regency is right there.
So that's one thing that we're sort of grappling with is what's the right way to, I guess, reflect what the existing condition is of that site, but also kind of thinking ahead about what it could be in the future. But to Jennifer's point, I mean, that's sort of been the policy in the past. They don't seem to be going away. So do we want to have something in place that gives us an opportunity to incentivize investment, incentivize people making enhancements or beautification on these sites? So right now, that's not really happening either.
The steering committee was in favor of showing the mobile home parks on the future land use map. There was a feeling that it is a way of providing affordable housing and workforce housing. And they're honestly not going to work. So you can make a lot of arguments anyway, but that's what the discussion was really.
I guess our thought based on the feedback given to us by the steering committee is we would show communities like Westlake, Regency, Meadowbrook as mobile home parks on the land use plan. There would need to be some criteria that we put in place about what that would look like in the future. And then even in the UDC, that would have some implications about what that mobile home park designation should be to that MH. If that's enough in terms of incentivizing the type of investment that we're talking about. Doesn't really address they're in a floodplain issue, but even on the future land use now it's shown as low density residential, probably not used that's conducive to being in a floodplain either. So it's the same issue. I mean, the flooding issue is like a much bigger challenge. I guess, does that make sense? I would say by the time we come back next time, we're probably showing those three residential areas as mobile home parks on the land use plan. And then when we get into the area plans, we'll get a little bit more detail about in time, what should be happening on these sites, how it would, potentially be improved or invested in over the next 10.
Well, the question is too, whether or not there should be provided more,
So
not just what's there, but
it's a good point.
where. And if we're going to do that, where?
So our thought there too was, and we've sort of just been talking about this internally, and this becomes more of a UDC issue, you're saying, is there's mobile home parks as they are now. There are opportunities for concepts like a manufactured home subdivision. Jackie could speak to this a little bit more in detail. Jackie's here, you all saw her in the back, UDC. But I mean, that would be something where within some of the low density residential neighborhood that we've identified on Zello, on the area plan, we could say, not anywhere, not just anywhere, we put the manufactured subdivision. But in these key locations, it might be appropriate to allow a manufactured home subdivision to occur. I don't think we're looking to add additional mobile home parks. I mean, that's been the feedback we've received so far. If anybody feels differently, we can certainly explore that. So I do think that manufactured home subdivisions provide that affordable option that a mobile home also provides. It just comes with another level of guess, like, requirement or standards that we're looking for in those types of areas.
I think that's the biggest thing is the standards. If you have it subdivided or shown that this is going to be the area for mobile homes, we have to have a set standard for what we want those to look like, where we want those to be. But I do think mobile homes are, affordable housing is something that we need in this community and mobile homes do fit that.
But they're not the only thing that fit that bill. So I mean, to your point, I think that's what we want to make sure we make that distinction. And what we don't, and I'm starting to debate UDC, so I don't want to go too far, but if we apply standards that aren't realistic to the existing mobile homes, mobile home parks that are here, because of what we're thinking about in the future, that could, that would make those not automatically not be compliant with the new standards that we're applying to that. So we're probably thinking of two different districts. That would be something to talk about when we get to the UDC side. That's something Jackie and her team will have to work out based on what we talked about here. In terms of what the land use plan should be showing, it's probably identifying these three residential areas as mobile home parks, providing a level of character and design and criteria that we would like to see or encourage in the future. We're not requiring anything in the plan. When we get to the UDC, that's when we're going to have to tip into now this is what that means for standards, for requirements, expectations. I see some heads nodding, and I think we're moving in the same direction. I guess anybody have a different opinion or something else we should consider as it relates to mobile home parks?
I keep thinking, or say you don't show that on the map, what's the incentive to take? It's not gonna go away.
It's not going to go away.
And it's just gonna get worse and worse. If I was the owner, why would I want to put any money in that?
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I think the way it's currently shown is not the right way to show it. You either show all of them or you don't show any of them. And if you don't show any of them, there's a whole different thing we need to be talking about in terms of then what do you do to address this area in the future. I think we thought a more realistic compromise to what we're talking about here is identifying them as mobile home parks and then just building in that extra level of forward. I agree.
This might be a UDC definition, but you put to your point about affordable housing, putting mobile homes on the map. Better to put mobile homes / manufactured homes on the map. So we can put multiple types of housing without having to put housing. Two different types of housing. Call it mobile home. Manufactured home for that.
Correct. And I think that was, my understanding is that's intentional right now. And that's how we were approaching this, where the mobile homes are the mobile homes that exist. Moving forward, manufactured homes would be appropriate. Manufactured home subdivisions could be appropriate in certain areas of the low density residential, but they wouldn't be the only solution. They're not the only solution for affordable housing. They might not be the only solution for product types. So I think specifically we'll identify a couple of areas that would be appropriate for manufactured homes. Might also be appropriate for small lots, tiny, there's a lot of different solutions that are out there. So I think keeping ourselves flexible at the land use plan level, and then to your point, maybe in the UDC level, getting that extra level of specificity is something we can do. I guess another residential related question we had was, and I don't have a good graphic for this, but when we start to think about the downtown, which is that there, it's like a magenta, I call it a magenta right there at the heart. In the downtown, but even in the periphery, in that medium density that's kind of wrapping around the downtown area, we think it's appropriate to look at increasing the density of residential uses in the downtown, but also in that periphery. Just want to make sure the group here has an opinion on that or thoughts on that. That could include, right now it's mainly single family detached. There's a couple of duplexes that can make maybe a few row homes, those types of things. There's some retrofitted larger homes that have multiple units in them. And I think it's just to expand on that. Increasing the density would allow you to apply products like townhomes, row homes, certain types of multifamily, certainly duplexes. We would encourage those retrofitting of those buildings. And again, it's in an effort to increase the residential density around the downtown, because that becomes your user group for the downtown uses. Those are the people that are going to go to the shops, to the services, to the restaurants. And as you start to get that critical mass around the downtown, it's part of that mix of what makes a downtown successful, is just having more people in it, around it. So I guess
there's a hook on that. I don't know the housing around that.
Some of it is, yeah, some of it is for sure, especially on the east side, there's a lot of that, there are some on the west side as well, and I think we don't wanna change the fabric of the downtown residential areas to the point where they're unrecognizable, but I think tapping into, what's historical, obviously, there's some things you need to take into consideration. But throughout the rest of those blocks, I think there's some real opportunities to tap into that, provide product types that look similar, but just function a bit differently, allow more people to live in them. I'm not sure if that's what you do. Yeah, okay. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, I mean, if it's historical and part of its function or use is what makes it historical, there are limitations to what you can do. But there's certainly a lot of lots that are in and around the downtown that I think are up for that kind of redevelopment or
I'm
that
thinking
rejuvenation.
for some point, if you want right now, it's affordable.
I wouldn't encourage that. I wouldn't even say that. But it's a good point. I mean, if it's historical and it's on the register and you be very careful about it, so you don't want to change. You don't want to change that about the community. Certainly, as you can continue to go further east down Military, there's just a lot of really, and I think that's part of the character and the charm. What that would go with. Any thoughts about that? I mean, we talk about increasing density. I guess does anybody have any questions about what that could mean, or does that maybe strike a chord of, boy, I don't see that, or I'm not sure I understand that? Thoughts? Okay. Jennifer, were there any other? I'm trying to think if there were any other residential related questions that you have.
Those are the primary ones.
Okay. The mobile home one, that was really helpful. I think both groups, steering committee and this group, are on the same page. So that's great. So the next category we want to talk about is commercial. So the first category, general commercial, it's the bright red one. Primarily, you're seeing on 23rd Street, but there's some other areas that are showing up along corridors. Primarily, it's going to be along the corridors. It's a category that includes auto-oriented retail, service, restaurant and bars, offices, lodging related commercial establishments. So it's kind of a catch-all for a lot of the commercial and services uses that you have here in the community. It also includes limited mixed-use buildings or mix of uses with commercial uses on the ground floor, residential or office uses on the upper floor. The city, I mean, we would encourage the city continue to concentrate general commercial uses along 23rd Street. And that should also continue to reserve land around key intersections at 275 and at 30 for commercial development that would benefit that access to those transit corridors. So again, I think it's just building off of key intersections or key access points and major kind of thoroughfares for where general commercial is most accessible. Heavy commercial is a category that includes a mix of uses that are oriented more so to service and storage. They have limited retail and manufacturing activities. Not seeing, typical uses include equipment repair, equipment sales, contractors, landscape services, outdoor storage and fleet services. They have fewer customers coming in, so it's not like a day-to-day customer base. The general public isn't on site that often. And then generally it's located away from the arterial streets. It has connections to it, but it's not typically fronting on it directly. It could serve as that transition between some of the industrial uses and some non-industrial uses. So that's something that we see as an opportunity to identify as heavy commercial moving forward. Downtown, I talked a little bit about already, but that downtown category includes downtown Fremont, which is centered along North Main. It should continue to consist of a mix of uses in buildings with commercial use on the ground floor, residential and office uses on the upper floor. The city should support new development, redevelopment, and upper floor occupancy in the future to ensure that critical mass of residents. That's a big way of enhancing the area's vibrancy, its activity, and getting people into the downtown to populate these different uses that are there. And then preserving downtown's historic character, enhance that public realm to make it a destination for dining and entertainment in the region. A big part of this is a challenge where you're competing with other downtowns or other communities, or downtown competes directly with 23rd Street to an extent. So I think it's just making sure that there's that balance between, if you're investing on 23rd, you want to make sure you're also investing in the downtown, where downtown's going to be fighting a losing battle. So I talked a little bit about the downtown, but I guess any other questions related to the commercial uses on the land use plan? Sure.
I assume this is intentional, but although we have a couple today, tomorrow, they're not So business parks, I think, so.
Business parks can fall into some of the other categories that we're talking about.
They'll be defined, not separate zoning, they'll be redefined together.
So I guess based on what we're talking about here, where we have light industrial, or we have heavy commercial, in those two categories is where I think business park makes more sense than a light industrial. That's part of what we've been talking about. Yeah, the distinction between those two are more often is what's happening inside that building. So how they're designed laid out, they're very much a function of light industrial designation. Any other questions? Go ahead. I'm
I
sorry.
would point out that Mr. Men's area we're showing is heavy commercial. He has no intention of manufacturing there. There's a large number of other areas that are currently zoned light industrial that are really this heavy industrial or heavy commercial type of use, like self-storage facilities, the contractor yards, maybe heavy equipment sales, those type of things. So we're making a little bit of a distinction in those areas, basically because it's a heavy commercial is heavier than the general commercial, but it's not a manufacturing or production type of use. So I just wanted to point that out. We've talked about it, and everything that we're doing tonight or looking at doing tonight will still fit within this image.
Any other questions, comments? Okay. For industrial uses, we identified a light industrial land use category. So this includes facilities that are involved in manufacturing, process of goods and materials. These light industrial uses typically have minimal noise or nuisance impacts on surrounding areas. They should be clustered together in industrial parks. That would be ideal. The city should locate light industrial uses with access to major transportation corridors. And the light industrial uses should serve as a transition between higher intensity industrial uses and just low intensity uses or lower intensity uses. So, whatever that either a residential component or commercial component, light industrial can serve as a good transition into those spaces from heavy. On the other side of industrial, you have this heavy industrial land use designation, which includes those larger scale uses that involve resource production, processing, extraction. They will have environmental, noise, visual, and other impacts on adjacent neighborhoods. The city should continue to cluster these heavy industrial developments, and the way that we're sort of framing them out in the land use plan, we're trying to keep those connected and contiguous. It could be transportation hubs or long transportation hubs like the Pacific or like the Northern Rail lines in the south part of the city. On the north side, we're positioning it off the interchange. And then the city should ensure that heavy industrial areas are developed with a hierarchy of roadways, access points to minimize truck traffic through neighborhoods, and that new development should not abut residential neighborhoods where possible. So I think to the extent possible, we're trying to minimize a direct residential to industrial area. Where that does occur, we would strongly encourage the buffer yards or buffer zones to transition where possible. The airport includes the facilities and land utilized by the Fremont Municipal Airport operations. The city should continue to cluster the airport uses in that northwest quadrant of the city. Certainly trying to keep it all contiguous, and then airport uses should be buffered by compatible industrial or transitional uses, such as general commercial, to avoid that conflict with required airport protection areas. But even when you're looking at that, there's some general commercial that's fronting into the north, and then you're starting to transition to industrial to the southwest. There is, could potentially be conflicts to the north as residential development is explored. So again, I think it's just serving as a buffer by distance and whatever buffer yard requirements we want to consider for future use to the north. And then the last category, Port Authority. So the Port Authority category includes the land identified for the future inland Port Authority. This is based off of the Nebraska legislature approving that establishment of 5 such port authorities in the state. And I think this is just identifying, in that southeast quadrant of the community, where that would be possible, how that would function, how your access points would occur based off of, great highway access, interchange access, removing it to the best that we can from a lot of the adjacent residential uses that are really the periphery of the community. So that's a good spot for now, and I think, you know, as this process continues to go along, with an area that's been designated for this space. So any questions or comments about the industrial component and, you know, what we're identifying for the light, the heavy, the Port Authority, the port? Any additional consideration? Sure.
How many port authorities have we heard, how many other cities?
That's a great question. I do not know. No, that's something we could look into though.
I did attend a meeting where I believe we're one of, I think there's 7 that are vying for these, and I believe they're going to have 5.
Huh, okay. Good odds. So, yeah, that's good. We can look into that though. That's a great question. Any other thoughts or comments? I think the industrial, in terms of what your existing footprint is, it's pretty straightforward of where you can grow. You can already see it where there's some infill opportunities. I think that one's a pretty clear path. The last category are the community facilities. So for public and semi-public facility or land use designations, this includes things like government uses, municipal facilities, utilities, religious institutions, schools and civic and cultural institutions. So there's quite a variety of public / semi-public uses. This doesn't identify all of them. If we identified, for instance, a religious use or a smaller scale school use, it would be something that is beyond a parcel. It's typically something that makes up an entire block or a quarter block. But the city should continue to disperse those public and semi-public uses in the areas of Fremont outside of the commercial and industrial corridors. Also looking out into the residential areas, when you start to think about what those service areas are for those public uses, that's something that as you continue to grow in some of these greenfield areas, like we talked about already, schools, fire and safety, even next when I'm talking about parks and open space, all of that needs to be a consideration, needs to be provided when new developments come online. For that, so the parks and open space category includes parks and both that private and both that active and passive recreation. This category, you know, we should continue to preserve and enhance the existing parks and open spaces in the future. And then this is really important. So the city needs to also ensure that additional parkland and open space is built into and maintained by private developers to service all new residential subdivisions as the city continues to grow. This is especially something that needs to be considered when you're looking at underserved areas. So that's something that we'll identify. We've already looked at the existing conditions report, areas where you're underutilized or underserving residents with the parks and open space. And then as the land use patterns continue to grow to the north and to the east, you're going to want to make sure that you're expanding that parks and that open space service area to accommodate those future residential areas. That's a really important aspect.
So since you're looking at that, I'm looking at the Northeast quadrant, which is largely residential.
Correct.
And we've had some discussion with you about there's no parks, recreation, schools. So in either of those semi-public, public, or parks and rec, there's nothing in the Northeast quadrant identified on the map. And you said something about we put them on the map.
Yep.
We put something on the map, yet if we don't put some designations up there, how do we make sure that we're securing areas where we can actually do that? Because it's like what we grow.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm going to take that reverse. So the first part is when we've identified this area for future residential growth as part of what's required in this, what we've encouraged in the land use category for single family patio subdivision. That'll be something we would say, encourage that this area as part of those space provided as part of the development pattern. Instead of UDC, these are requirements that we'll be talking about. So that'll be covered. That is something that we make sure we set aside. The second part, the first comment, if there is a different way to do this, there's really 2 things you can do. One, you don't identify parks open space, you go through the process of making sure that the category is encouraging, and your UDC requires it. So that's one way to do it. Another way is file as a city, you set it aside. The third way is identifying on a map that you don't own, and that is a take. Be liable for getting sued by a property owner who basically beat up the property by saying it's going to you gotta be really careful. It's the same thing with schools. You don't want to identify specifically a parcel that should be a school or a park unless you own it. Because that property owner is in a tough position where they can't. We're going to do that. That's a tough one. The last one is the Village of Inglewood. Is not under the jurisdiction of Fremont, so we're not planning for it. We're not proposing any changes to the future land use. It's shown as gray on the map. It's really just a contextual thing that we have to be considering when we think about planning around it, but it's not a community that we're planning into. So I guess any other questions as it relates to the public, semi-public, the community facilities we want to talk about? Any thoughts? Sure.
Is Inglewood on is there a plan to eventually annex Inglewood?
Not as part of this plan, no.
Not
Not that I
question directed.
Yeah. No.
Not at this time.
No, but we had talked about, we talked a little bit about the Saunders County. We didn't really talk about it here, where in the previous plan, we weren't really looking out across the river into Saunders County. That is something that you have the right to do in Nebraska, even though it's an adjacent county. There's some procedural things that you would need to follow, but we can start to identify what we think the future land uses should be in that area. So that's something to this group. If it's something we want to talk about, how far do we want to go? Right now, it's really just shown as rural, residential, and agriculture. The rest we want to get about showing different uses there. That would come with some other contiguous uses that we need to consider.
Yeah.
You have the right to plan for that area, and if you want to, you could start to annex that way. You need to keep your annexation contiguous before you get to that. But it's certainly something that could, annex. Well, however fast you want to get there. You're allowed to cross into an adjacent county.
At the present time, though, we're not, your ATJ stops at the river.
Correct, yeah.
We amended that probably 5 years ago, I believe, somewhere in there.
I mean, a series of things would need to happen for you to get across the river, but it's something.
And one of those would be annexation things, it's just a house.
Well, or you could go,
Contiguous otherwise.
you could go around, you could come down the rails, you can come down the, there's a lot of ways to do it. I don't know that it's a priority when I think about all the opportunities you have for infill development and even some of the periphery that ditch up to the highway. But it is something definitely something we should be showing on the map, which we do, and it's a consideration. So for whatever reason that comes up, it's something that you can and should be planning for. Any other thoughts or comments as it relates to the community facilities portion? So next steps, what's next? Fun stuff's next. So we're gonna take your comments from the land use plan, comments from the steering committee, any comments that we get when we post this online, and start to make some of the refinements for what we need to be doing in our next couple of deliverables. The next deliverable when we come back out, it's in a while. This comes to you in January, but we're going to be preparing and delivering the housing area plan, the economic and development areas plan, which is really going to be commercial and industrial. We'll have a community facilities, utilities, and service area framework plan. We'll have a downtown sub-area plan, which we're here to do an open house tomorrow night to go over this as well. We'll meet with some of the downtown businesses to get their thoughts on what downtown pretty much should be. And then we have an annexation and growth refinement. So taking what's in this memo, making the adjustments or the revisions to the land use plan, just updating that section. And this is what we'll be talking about in our next meeting. Just to clarify, I wanted to show an example. This is obviously not Fremont. This is another project that we worked on where we take this future land use map. So I feel like some of the questions that we heard tonight and some that I would expect to get over the next few months. I just want to clarify what we're talking about. So on this map, this area is single family detached. This is detached. This is detached. Even over here. So this is undeveloped land. This is an existing residential neighborhood. And on a future land use plan, you're keeping it as general as you feel as necessary. It's a policy plan. Needs to be high level. What we want to do in the next round is we're going to identify what are called residential area frameworks. So what we'll do is we'll go through and identify specific opportunities And each one of these just get a description, it's probably like a paragraph explaining, although this is single family attached, not single family attached, this is single family attached. They all have a different need. I mean, some of them, they might be really tight, so the configuration needs to be a different kind of product or a different type of residential use. Some of them might be making sure that you're connecting into existing infrastructure, connecting into existing roadways. So this next level down, it's building off of the land use plan that you have in front of you, but it's isolating it with the specific uses. So residential will be one, commercial will be one, and industrial will be one. It's just really helpful because there's some things that you can't question. There's just some things you don't want to get too detailed on the land use plan. This extra map and this extra section will allow you to kind of get into that and get a little bit more feedback. We'll do the same thing for the commercial. We have a huge corridor on 23rd that's all general commercial, but as you drive it, it's a different. There's transition. And we just want to make sure we're giving a little bit more guidance on if redevelopment is to occur, west of Bell, it's different than what's happening east. It's stuff. Any questions about that approach? Any thoughts? I think it's helpful. It's really helpful to have the land use plan with these area plans. So that'll be a good discussion next time we meet. All right, so our next steps, key deliverables and meetings. In January, we're going to deliver those core components that I just talked about, the housing, the economic, community facilities, energy utilities and services framework, and the long-range transportation plan. We're going to get a little bit of an update on where they're at with their transportation model. They have some pretty rough stuff pulled together, HDR, but as we were going through this land use plan, I think they just need a little bit more detail from us to be able to plug this in, and we'll prepare the downtown suburban plan. So a lot of things are coming in January. We'll meet in February to go through those components, and then in February, based on feedback that we get here, we have a couple of weeks to turn around a draft comprehensive plan. Really, it's taking all of these, formatting it with the land use plan, packaging it up, making all the revisions that we need to make, and that'll come back to this group. Get plenty of time to review this, get an opportunity to mark up the comments who come to present this. Give us your thoughts. That'll include the implementation chapter as well as the downtown catalyst site concepts. The idea there is if there's opportunities for redevelopment or if there's an opportunity to improve a public realm, if it's a streetscape or a right of way, we'll have a couple of different concepts of what that could look like. And then the draft long-range transportation plan will be a part of that. So that's in January, that's February. And then in April, we have the public open houses to go through these draft comprehensive plan components. And we'll set up boards. We'll be in the city auditorium, I assume. Nice space, kind of spread everything out. And probably have it set up in stations by chapters, depending on how this gets structured. We'll again meet with the steering committee and we'll meet with this group. And then we're on to in May, June, and July. We'll be moving through final deliverables and the adoption process. So this is the comprehensive plans process. The UDC is a couple of months behind in terms of when we get some of these core components done. Jackie's able to start feeding this into what her team's preparing for the UDC. So any questions about the timeline? Anybody else upset that we're talking about 2022? Okay. All right, well with that, again, it's a lot of content. You have the memo in front of you. As I say, every time that we meet, I know sometimes there's the memo, you get a chance to read it, it's presentation, you get all these thoughts, grab out the community. This is not the last time we should be talking about the land use plan. So if something comes up over the next few weeks, your comments or suggestions, please send them to Jennifer. She'll get them to us. We'll get those folded in. The next time we're here, you're going to start. It's going to be a document next time we're here. The review leading up, so we want to give you enough time for that. And we're excited. So like I said, we're tipping into. We're going to be writing recommendations for this plan moving forward, which is really exciting.
Some of what you covered tonight in the material in this handout, some of it was not like the schedule discovered was not in this.
Okay.
That we have. That may be available online. You can't get the material that you covered tonight. Add to it, our packets.
Can I PDF this and just share with the group? I'm okay with that. Yeah. Anybody, any other thoughts or comments? Anybody think we're way off track? How we need to be? Are we moving in the right direction? Well, thank you for giving us the time today. We appreciate it. Like I said, we're really excited to move into this next phase. And when we come back next time, it's going to start to look like a comprehensive plan document. So I'll be really excited. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Take a motion. We'll start with the city council to adjourn. So move.
Gibson. Ellis. Ganem.
Yes.
Yerger. Jensen.
Yes.
Sukram. Leg Band. Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now the planning commission.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
Second that.
Yeager? Yes. Lathrop? Yes. Nielsen?
Yes.
Warsaw?
Yeah.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Langholm?
Aye.
Price? Carlson?
Yeah.
Adjourned.
We're adjourned. Don't forget the pizza over here. Get a piece. Yes. You were right. Yeah, so it's a competitive deal.
Quick question.
Yeah.
If
Yes. So that was one thing we didn't talk about is that area is gonna have an underlying facility. So the Port Authority is basically a description of the area. Underneath that is gonna have to be a zone. Like that's light industrial. Yes, exactly. And it's gonna connect to what it is. You know, if it's gonna be a logistics center, there might be specific. You might regulate separate. Yeah. Also
rail, water, or highway,
Yeah.
I've got two of the three.
So maybe it might be a designation. There'll be a zoning to handle what that is, which could be a thing for heavy, light, industrial, whatever. We want to. And it's like they're basically you know, that's not fair. Yeah. Text me, yes. Yeah, we got till 6:30.
Well, let's go to the big stand.
Where they put it in, where they.
Yeah, I mean, you know what I mean, you know the rumors. So.
Rumors?
That was gonna be the whole part to, you know, call the employees. They're gonna put a landing here. Oh, yeah, on this helicopter pad.
Thank you.
Well, I hope you get my
I
always say to her, yeah. Little ones are pretty tough.
Anything urgent, Brad?
Beg pardon?
Anything urgent tonight?
Urgent?
Well, I mean.
Oh, I don't know. I guess the big items on the agenda tonight are open public comment.
Yeah.
Because I heard some people are coming. And then we have the stuff for Roger. The land use design. That's probably one of the biggest items. Some pretty good progress. We'll talk about that. I don't know about the VID stuff. That's sort of a mess. I know it's supposed to continue. It's like, we got off on the wrong foot from the get-go. Now the businesses are all upset. Sure. We didn't get this handled right. It's not one of the heaviest and most controversial things we've had. It's fairly mild mannered. It's just excellent. Are you still getting phone calls?
Yeah, in fact, a couple of them are burned. Just like the way things are going. I got a very nice letter. Trees and that's I get my the flood. And I talked to the contractor.
Ron, how you doing?
Doing good.
Good.
I talked with Jennifer this afternoon after our meeting. It was just an observation that when I came to that meeting this afternoon,
Yeah.
that I was able to walk in the east door, get the stair tower, and come right to this room without being challenged.
All the way down to the Elkhorn River.
You
So,
can take that for what it's worth. I don't know.
we're
that we-
talking about maybe reconfiguring where everything is downstairs and nothing above is open to the public. We don't have that now because you have to go to third floor for permits.
Right.
And that's the problem. And you have to go to second floor to get your occupation license. If we would do it again, we'd put all those people downstairs and everything is downstairs. And you only go up second and third floor by
The
appointment,
question is, who pays for it?
except for council meetings. And there's not much you can do on council meetings. You gotta let them out.
Yeah, the only thing I could see would
But-
maybe be control doors or something like that with maybe electronic access or some card or something.
Yeah, it's not the best system, I guarantee you.
But that door in particular would be a good opportunity to do something,
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
especially for,
Yeah.
evening programs.
I'm not recording anything now.
We could have spent way more time with the kids.
Bound and determined. Well, and we sent a message from.
Who? Oh, Ken Ham. Yeah, how was that?
Wow. Very challenging. Yeah, we're supposed to be an hour, it was about an hour and a half.
Did he take questions? Or
Yeah, greetings, well, but just about conflict. And basically how it's all answered. He just took it all the way. And it's like, that's pretty simple stuff, you know.
Well,
But
to
it
know the
all
biblical
just-
view versus science. Right?
Yeah. It's like, if you slow down. So, yeah, we really appreciate that. And then just, gospel.
Okay. What did you think about the arc? I mean, it's kind of, it's challenging as in it's.
It was a little more diverse than I expected.
Yeah, okay.
I thought it would be more authentic, I always have, but I was just amazed at the endeavor to do that as a way. That's an outreach of history. The day we were there was on that Friday. There's a lot of people that, I mean, I don't know what goes through their ear, and I think just if this touches,
I agree.
for the most part, it's probably all believers. But
Well,
maybe
maybe not. I think, yeah, gearing it towards kids, more kids attractions, I think is a good thing.
did you go to the Creation Museum? 'Cause
We did, yeah. And that was really good too. I mean, it's a museum, but they had a planetarium. And we went in there and that was good. They talk about kind of how the stars relate to work.
And they're probably a little young.
They were, yeah.
I was trying to think grandkids wise, it would be probably preteen, probably.
Yeah. But I
Yeah.
just wanted to introduce them to it.
Yeah, we had, Debbie's got a brother that's in really poor health in Norfolk.
Hmm.
And so from both of our folks that passed away this year, so she wanted to pay some stuff out to him. She hadn't seen him for 2 years.
Hmm.
We drove. And on the way back, she's like, well, I'm gonna day and a half there. Well, then, the primary owner of our company is right now.
Okay.
Passed away.
Oh, he did.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, he fought just an amazing
Oh,
services and funeral at Fargo. I just got back from Fargo late last night. But he fought it for 9 months. And it was so painful to see because it was brain cancer. You know, just
Wow.
continued to develop. He was 60.
oh,
But,
wow, that's young.
and it was really cool to see him over the mountains. He grew into something like one. It was just.
Wow.
He was fighting, but it was like, here's how you fight.
Yeah, wow. Wow.
And the impacts is, families. Yeah, it's a major footprint. 1,400 people. So it's a big footprint. Yeah, so that happened there. So we came back.
Wow.
You people wonder, do you do several trips to the?
Yeah.
So it's one of your.
It's awesome.
It is.
I remember when I first thought about doing it, when it first came in 2016 is when it started. It was just the arc. It was all, that's all it really was. And I went out there and looked at it. I said, I think I'm gonna try to put a group together. I didn't know if I'd get one group, and that year I got 7. That's how much is
So.
subtracted.
what area?
So our clients are Nebraska, Iowa, South Dakota, Kansas.
Okay.
Yeah, and that one, that McPherson group, that was like a specific class that they all wanted to go together. Most of our trips are retail, which is just, you know, there's no common interest essentially.
So is that a several?
It's 5 days, so it is, yeah, we you do a whole day at the Ark and then basically a whole afternoon at the creation and then, hi Laura, gospel dinner cruise that we do. It's pretty popular.
So what's like package price?
Yeah, it's like 5 days for double occupancy. I think it's like $8.99 per person. You know, transportation. And we have a tour director that goes along, you know,
Well, I was gonna, so there is a full-time list on
with you the whole time. Yeah.
and I didn't know.
Oh, Nancy. Nancy is.
I heard Chris not doing. Chris, you know Chris?
Oh, we gotta keep them in our prayers. Nancy is amazing tour director. She's a great person. Great. You liked her.
Just tell her. I looked up, she was snapping.
You're, well, all she sent it to was me. So.
Okay. I think she thought I'm not gonna pull her. No, I really do, I know.
Yeah. So.
I'm glad it's, things are picking up.
Yeah.
Like it's, the whole thing is a challenge. It's we fought once all the way, and most of them said it wasn't. Because of total occupancy. Because housekeeping capacity.
Yeah.
They just, they literally can't turn. I don't have a technology person. That's that loud.
Hopefully that gets.
Somebody's gonna have to go to work.
You guys really
Yes,
changed
sir. You lost your slugs.
Yeah, I lost all my production.
All right.
She's getting her first divorce. Oh, years later, she's not there.
Are you gonna speak on this? Are you gonna speak on the dates?
Yes.
You're talking about numbers.
It started.
Right.
Should we be next?
But you're gonna talk about the numbers of people coming, right? Or not? I think it would be helpful if you would have that.
Because it's coming from.
Yeah.
Our celebrity. Oh my gosh.
And then you can tell them we have printouts.
The keywords. And congratulations. That's an awesome start.
Yes.
That's an awesome one.
Oh, yeah, a couple days ago. It's kind of weird standing.
It was the
at
other,
but I guess.
The Wednesday after. They even put a
No
picture
one
of
from
my
your
Facebook
standing. Yeah. it is. I did go through it.
Did you go through his stuff?
I know, I didn't get a chance. I get them so small. That's like what Ricky is. I've got potential new customers. Big customers. And I have been so focused on some of that. And it's a different part of the country than we. So it's huge, so it's like, you
You don't want to mess up that, you know. Didn't even think about it.
Which vet?
Christine?
Oh, really? Yeah, I could have. I use phone. I didn't know who to start using because I have my special vets in Missouri. But I love.
Yes, yeah, I interned with Christine.
Oh, good.
With that text, so, yeah. Now his daughters, they were 7. Yeah, I wish I known. I didn't even think it. I thought it was gonna be. Oh, yeah, he came right from there. And he's by the way, before I try to leave after the guys, they were all moving around, cars around when I left. I'm like, you guys just be safe. I don't come in at 1 o'clock in the morning. It's gonna be raining tomorrow morning. And they're trying to get the fertilizer season, so they're trying to keep up. They're not getting sleep. It's not safe. It's just like, you guys have to get some sleep. We need to get the product out. Funny how I would love to hire somebody else. I'm like, I don't really like the overtime, but down the other hand, it's trying to find somebody to hire. My spots have been with this for last year to do anything that I asked, I leave. And a job. I don't think someone else will probably found it, but it's someplace out there. It's empty, like semi-trucks. It's all, like, a lot of it's just, I found it, like pushing buttons to build trucks. And it's not. It's just.
I'm about technically as savvy as you are.
Woody's there. Woody is 64. And he's on the network with us.
I retired in January, over 20 years of federal service. If I find something fun, I'm gonna take it.
I don't play there.
It's boring sitting at home.
Should have you come and just manage the guys, and then I could leave. You can manage the plant, say, oh, that's broken, let's get it fixed. They mean well, they just, it's the little details that they miss that really are kind of. You miss that. Jeez.
I'm standing there, then we're down to the playground. And he said, forget that. I would do it right.
Oh, thank you.
Right. Not too bad, sir. Okay. Yeah. Right.
No.
Sure. Okay. All right, good evening, everyone. Time is now 6:30. We will open up public comment. This gives an opportunity for the public to comment on anything that's not on the agenda for up to 5 minutes. If you're here in the chambers and wish to comment, just please come up and sign in. Then I'll call on you. There's also comment cards in the back as well. So again, this is from 6:30 to 7. Oh, there is. All right. Okay, Ricky Brody is up. Go ahead. Yes, just to the podium right here. Yep.
All right, thank you. Good evening. My name is Ricky Brody. I'm with Nelson Livestock Auctions. We run the alternative bird and animal auction at Christensen Field. We've done so since about 2013, running 2 sales a year up until 2018. Then we went to 3 sales a year. They're a 2-day event that brings in generally over the weekend, anywhere from 1,500 to 2,500 people. Many of them are from out of the state, which means they are staying in hotels, eating at restaurants. It's bringing a lot of people in. We recently had our last sale. That was 2 weeks ago. That was the 16th, the 16th, 17th. In the week following the sale, it would have been not the Monday right after, the following, we received a call. And mind you, we have our dates booked for 2022. And we were told by the city official that we'd no longer, would they be renting the facility to us? And when we asked why, the person who called said, I don't know, I wasn't really given a reason. They just asked me to call you. And so at that point, we asked, well, who can we talk to? Who's going to know this answer? And they gave them the names of a couple of city administrators. So we got a hold of Brian, which I apologize, the city administrator. I do not have his last name. And when we asked him, why is the facility not being rented to us anymore? I can quote what he said. We're no longer renting the facility due to problems we've had. We have never been made aware of any problems. I mean, I would hope that's not the type of this is what we do for a business. I mean, we always clean, we stay the whole Monday after, we clean till late at night, we clean the whole facility, we pick up trash, everything. We completely follow the guidelines. And then when he asked him, well, what are the problems? We've never been made, nobody, verbally or in writing has made us know any. And he says, I'm not getting into it. We're not renting it because of problems we've had. And that was the end of the conversation. Basically, I'm here because what we run, like I said, brings in, and I've got numbers on the hotel rentals, 838 households are tied into this that come to the sale nationwide. I've got all the states that people come from. Of those, 402 of those households are in from out of state. So figuring on that, most people check in on Friday. They're here Friday night, Saturday night. Some people stay through Monday if they have a long way to drive, which means if you figure 2 nights a hotel at $90 a night, that'd be $180 times the 402 rooms. That's $72,000 plus. Not to mention the restaurants are going to, the stores are shopping at. I guess the main reason is I would like our dates saved and it not rented until I can get answers as to why they're not allowing us to do this. And if there were problems, why we were not made aware of it. I can only assume there was a city official there on Thursday that has a reputation of being against our sale. And I don't know this for sure, but I'm assuming that she said something because when she was there on Thursday, she made the statement to us that they're not going to rent it to you anymore. And we just kind of looked at her and we were like, we've not been told that. She said, well, they're not going to rent it anymore. And that was the first we'd heard of that. So, and this person has a history before being an employee with the city of Fremont of making the statement that she was going to shut us down. Whether that's the reason why, or if there was issues, we most definitely want to know what those issues are, because that's not how we are and that's not how we do business. Like I said, I've got information on our numbers of people we bring in and stuff like that. Anybody's welcome to those. So we'd just like some answers and consideration, please. Thank you.
Amy Prokop.
Good evening. Many of you may know my last name, may not. Mike Prokop was my father. He ran Liquid Feed Commodities north of Fremont for many years. That's why we moved to town. My degree is now I went to college at UNL, animal science. I've been out of the country, in the country, seen a lot of things, done a lot of things. And when I lived in Missouri, got involved in the alternative livestock industry. It's a very interesting group of people, fun group of people, a lot of families involved in this. It's livestock, for crying out loud. Right now, people are using the alternative word. I think that scares some people. Consider llamas and alpacas and emus as being alternative and some of those other things. A lot of people have paid for their farms with those animals. We're talking about a lot of money. And some of the animals Ricky's brought in this last sale, I think a little calf, a bottle baby calf that's considered a miniature, sold for well over $10,000. We're not talking about peanuts here. So I do run a company called Blair Ag over in Blair. We do deal with both livestock and farming in the products that we sell. I find it very interesting that the community of Fremont would blindly say, no, we're not going to do this any longer here, when you consider that this community is based on agriculture. Just as off of the Fremont Chamber of Commerce website, some of their things, and this was not updated recently, it was updated in January of 2019. You've got Valmont Industries, based on ag equipment, over 1,500 employees. Holstone Farms, over 1,500 employees. Premium Poultry, over 1,200 employees. Fremont Beef, 250 to 500 people. Nebraska Irrigated Seeds, 500 to 50 to 100 people. Royal Canin and Mars Pet Food, 50 to 100. Cargill, 50 to 100. Omaha Steaks, beef, 50 to 100. You've got equipment sales of different kinds. You've got different feed companies, Purina, Pete's Feeds, Land O'Lakes, just to name a few. You've got other companies that are not, they're national companies that are based here that get a lot of business during these sales, like Baumgars and Tractor Supply. It is immediate. People buy animals, they go get supplies because they want to make sure their animals are taken care of. We're talking about a lot of money, you guys. If every family comes in and every man, woman, and child that shows up buys food in this community and buys a meal, figure on average, now they're spending $10 per meal. So if they're here Friday night, Saturday night, and Sunday, a lot of them do leave late on Sunday and a lot of them do leave on Monday morning. This is an ag-based community. I've got another list of names of companies that are based on agriculture, whether it's crop or livestock, it does not matter. Even though there's not livestock sale barns around anymore, everything's consolidated like a couple other things. But this is something that brings in people to the community, that spends money in this community. They're not hurting anything. They're bringing money in, and there's 4-H and FFA kids that both buy their animals for their projects at this sale and bring them back and sell them at this sale. Spring sales tend to be bigger. People want to buy the livestock that they're going to run through the summer, whether it's the poultry or what have you. They will bring them in the fall and sell them. Many of the fall animals then, whether you like it or not, are used as animals for people to butcher. There are people that buy animals for ethnic communities that then do buy these animals up. It is cultural for them. I will do that myself. I like to eat duck, so I will buy and butcher duck. It's a great place. I live in town. I can't raise them here in town. At the farm in Missouri, I can do that, but I can't have them here. So I would like for you guys to consider who unilaterally made this decision and why, and give good logical reasons why. And then also, if there's not something that makes much sense, I will be glad to start a letter campaign, an email campaign. I'll walk through the doors of all of these businesses and start asking them to please give us some kind of letter of recommendation that that they've heard good, positive things. Just the other day, a sales rep that has come into my business working with me, he says, oh, my wife and I were planning on going to that sale. And I'm like, well, let's wait and see if they'll let us have the sale again or let them have the sale again. Thank you.
Joy Bartling.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Joy Bartling, and I'm with Scatter Joy Acres. I used to show 4-H at that fairgrounds. I remember when Christensen Field building came into effect. I remember Boys Town kids that were coming there, and we were able to help them learn how to groom their animals and take pride in what they were learning to do to become individuals. And so this opportunity for these kids to learn is what we do at our acreage in Omaha. Is we take these underprivileged individuals, let them do 4-H projects, learn to take care of something, and have pride in that. I was affected by this individual that you guys brought on to your police force as a CSO. For 10 years, while she was in the capacity of working with the Humane Society, her and Mr. Langdon came to me and kept telling me I could not have the exotic animals that I have. I have the same license as any national zoo. The Omaha City Code, I was exempt. They didn't even follow their own code, but kept telling me over and over again I couldn't have these animals. A year ago, it was all across the news how they came in and they seized some of my animals, and they had them for 3 weeks. And then they were told, you know what? I was right this whole time, and they had to bring my animals back. However, this individual told many people in the community I would never see my animals again. Do you know how heartbreaking that was, not only for me, but to my volunteers, my staff, these animals that we cared for, and they came in with nets and tried to catch them and they were bleeding. And you're supposed to be a humane society? But yet she sits here and complains about the animals that are being caged. When you're at the county fair, the bunnies and the chickens are in the cages. That's where they're supposed to be. Nothing is done wrong at this auction, and I've been going for many, many years. And to see the kids when they sell their animals or when they get their first animal for the spring to have for 4-H, those are the eyes that light up and they're able to make a change. They are our future. They're our community. They're the ones that are going to sit in those chairs someday and be able to make a difference in this community. So I hope you really take a look at what is going on, because there's some stuff there's things that are being said that are not true, and people want power, and it's not about the power, it's about doing what's right in our community. Thank you.
Again, this is open public comment up until 7 o'clock. Anybody here has the opportunity to speak on any item not on the agenda, up to 5 minutes. There's also comment cards in the back. If you wish to speak, please sign in up here at the front.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont, Nebraska. The library construction, remodel, reconstruction, addition, whatever you want to call it, that is pending. is going to require relocation temporary to another site. And as you have all read in the Fremont newspaper, a decision was made, a unilateral decision by administration, that they will use and move into the city auditorium, thereby negating any contractual obligations for that time frame. Bear in mind that there is not adequate parking there. And bear in mind that it will be reducing the income that the auditorium has. Also, there is no input or permission sought out by the park board, as has normally been required. And now this group has come tonight to talk about yet another unilateral decision by your city administrator, Brian Newton, that a decision was made to not honor the contract for 2022. I have never attended the auctions, but having been a 4-H'er and a farm girl, I get it. We used to go to the West Point auction for the cattle auction and the hogs and the sheep. And the Columbus auction still exists. Fremont doesn't have that option. If you're from the farm, you understand the need for this. But if you ever participated in 4-H, which by the way, your Masonic Home for Kids does participate actively in animal husbandry. And I'm sure these kids also go to the auction to sell or to purchase. That said, I am not in favor of the gag order that prior council put in on itself on selective members of the council. But instead, perhaps you should have looked at putting a muzzle and a gag order on your administrator and rein him in. He does not run the city. The mayor and the city council does. If this is happening, like I believe it played out, because I've been contacted about this as well, this is wrong. Where was the input from your parks board? They're the ones who make decisions for Christensen Field, or at least help make those decisions, because they no longer have the power to do so on any aspect. So their decisions are advisory. And that's purposeful, but still they should have an input. But as you may have read in the Fremont Tribune, that was not gifted to them. And they had some opposition. There's some concerns. We have a Fremont City Mall that has some empty storefront. A large arena for the library could be temporarily housed there, the old Gordman storefront. It has access for all the parking, would not encumber anybody else or infringe on anything. It wouldn't negate any of the contracts. Again, I would ask that you look at how your decisions are being made. The city administrator does not have unilateral authority to run the city. He doesn't have unilateral authority to cancel or negate contracts. And I take issue with that. You are the governing body for a reason. You are an eclectic group of 8 individuals plus the mayor to make this authority. There's a reason why you need an eclectic group, because you all bring different strengths to the governance, and that decision-making authority is still yours. Please consider what has transpired on multiple occasions, namely just recently, and how the park board, who has supposedly have input in all things for Parks and Recreation, and was suddenly left out of not 1, but 2 decisions recently. And then make a decision on what you're going to do to follow up on it. Don't leave it hanging. This is something that you have to stop. It's been going on for quite some time. And if you start looking at the chronological order of time frame from the time of arrival of Mr. Newton to this point in time, it's consistent and it keeps increasing. So rather than continue the muzzle order on yourself, perhaps you should rein in and take a look at your city administration, and perhaps the mayor can take a look at it with the city council and say, how can we fix this? Because this is causing a negative impact on the city. And this is part of why you have almost $60,000 in legal fees on Freedom of Information documents. And it's not going to go away. The trust is not there, and it's a reason for it.
Any other comments? And we have until 7 o'clock. Okay, the time is now 7 o'clock. We'll close public comment and open up with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I'll officially open up the City Council regular meeting. The Opens Meeting Act is posted on the rear wall next to the agendas. This time we'll have roll call. Please vote for roll call.
Seven council members are present, Mayor.
Thank you. Next is mayor's comments. I have some service awards tonight. We'd like to honor these folks. First is Christine Taylor, 5 years of service. Christine was hired in 2016 as an office associate for the Fremont Police Department. Next would be Sonia Vanderwerth at 5 years of service. Sonia was hired in 2016 as a library aide for the Key Memorial Library. She was promoted to Library Assistant 3 in 2018. And I think, is Sonia here? Come on up, Sonia, to accept your award here. Thank you. Congratulations. Next would be Linda Menard, 20 years of service. Linda was hired in 2001 as a senior office associate for the street department. Linda will also be retiring with the city in December. Scott Weddle, 10 years of service, hired in 2011 as a power plant operator 1 for the Department of Utilities. Scott was promoted in 2015 to a power plant operator 2. Then in 2019, Scott moved up again to a power plant operator 3. And then finally, Adam Justice, 5 years of service. Adam was hired in 2016 as a power plant operator 1 for the Department of Utilities, and then promoted in 2018 to a power plant operator 2. Then again in 2021, he was promoted to a power plant operator 3. I want to thank all of the service awards and for your hard work and dedication to Fremont. It's greatly appreciated. Next, I would just like to mention the success of our recent Fremont cross country team. Our men's and our boys and girls. Our boys came home with the state championship as a team. Girls, Ellie Dahl was a state champion and they finished up runner-up. So just wanted to mention the success that they had. And again, all the fall sports going on. We wish them a lot of success coming up. And then finally, I did want to talk a little bit about the library expansion. You know, I born and raised in Fremont. I grew up going to the Key Memorial Library. My mom took me to the program, the reading programs, a lot of other things, and now we're taking our children there. So it's quite something you know, to see that happen now. But when I was elected back in December, one of my goals was to really look at this library expansion. It's gone a few years by. There was not a lot of movement on it. And, you know, my goal was to get in there and really see what we can do to get this done and get this accomplished. And so the voters passed a bond back in 2018, $2 million, overwhelming support of that, of the library expansion project. So we knew that the public was really behind it. And my goal was to get in and see, you know, what we could do. And a lot of it in this project was raising private money. So yes, we had the $2 million of bonds, but the project was really meant to be privately funded. And so we just had, and there's so much work has been gone into this point with this project. Most of it all done by our library director, our steering committee, our library board, to really put in the time to apply to the foundations, apply to the grants, look for any money out there possible to, you know, to be able to support the project. It's a $9.4 million project right now. And so We had some really good news yesterday in regards to a press release that came out. The Kiewit Foundation is going to commit $500,000 to the project. And not only that, we had Whole Stone Farms commit $500,000. We've had dozens of donors, and we constantly continue to reach out to the community. And we ask the community to rally and support behind this project. I think right now we're over 6 million combined raised when you look at the Kiewit Foundation coming in. And so for the amount that's really been done, you know, it's a testament to a lot of folks to really get this, make it a reality. And I believe it will be now with where we're at. And so, you know, when we're looking at what to do with the library throughout this process, you know, that's always a question. What are you going to do? Are you going to keep the library where it is? Are you going to move it? And so when you're raising so much money privately, like we are for a project like this, you know, you want to try to save money where you can. And, you know, part of the looking at the auditorium was it's going to save about $500,000 in construction costs just alone to be able to move it, to move the library in the interim. And again, this is just an interim. But when you look at a project like this, that's an extremely important consideration. And so, you know, I reached out to the park board and the city council and received a letter from me. You know, we are trying to look at alternatives to the auditorium. And so, you know, I don't know how that goes at this point. We need to report, you know, back to the park board. We do want, you know, respect the park board's thoughts on it. We want to bring them in. But knowing that, you know, this, you know, as a city, we got to really rally behind this project. This is a city project. Again, it's an important project for our community. When the library is complete, it really will be an innovative part of our community and in the state, really, as a library. And so, you know, it's an exciting time. There's also challenges that we'll face as a city, but you know, as mayor, you know, I'm listening to the concerns, and you know, we're going to try to figure out a solution. And you know, in the end, that might be the auditorium. And so, you know, we just need to have the understanding as a city. You know, we need to make sure that we, you know, rally together, and we'll listen to each other, and again, be excited. What a project this is going to be for our Fremont moving forward. And so. Amazing news yesterday from the Kiewit Foundation. And I think, you know, we'll see a lot of that, more news coming out hopefully in the future about what's going on. But just wanted to give a few comments in regards to the great things going on at the library. So. All right, that concludes my comments. We'll move on to item 1. Motion to adopt the current agenda for the October 26, 2021 regular meeting. Councilman Yerger.
Yes, I'd like to suggest that council move item 5 ahead of item 4 on tonight's agenda.
Councilman Gibson.
So I'll second that.
Okay. Okay, cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
All right. Are there any other changes to the agenda? Councilman Gibson?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. There's no other changes. I would take a motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to adopt the current agenda as amended.
Councilman Sukram?
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to public hearings. Item 2, resolution 2021-153 for a class 1 liquor license for That Axe Throwing Place, Inc., doing business as That Axe Throwing Place at 550 North Main Street. This time we'll have staff report.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Received application for this Class I liquor license. The notice for the public hearing was published on October 14th, 2021 in the Fremont Tribune. Their application, the planning report and police department report are included. There were not any problems with, that I was able to find with the application, and the planning and police department reports were positive. And so the recommendation is to approve the application and send a positive recommendation to the state. Be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Are the applicants going to be here tonight to speak as well?
I think I see some, yeah.
Okay. So I'll save some of the questions. So maybe I'll just, with regards to the application itself, I had one question with regards. There were several handwritten notes on Form 100 that was turned in. And I'm wondering who was responsible for those.
Okay, thank you.
And maybe just notes as to what needs to get completed or whatever, and people are keeping track. I'm just not sure, but it doesn't look like they were part necessarily of the original application to the Liquor Commission. And even the name of the applicant was changed from what was typed to handwritten notes. So that's my inquiry as to, so who made all of these changes?
So I'm not able to answer that question, but I can tell you that I did not make any additions to this document. So those changes would be either from the applicant themselves or from the Nebraska Liquor Commission would be my assumption.
Okay, so the applicant can answer. I do have some questions for the applicant, but I'll wait till.
Any other questions for staff? I'll now open the public hearing. Are there any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont, Nebraska. I didn't have any opposition or any commentary other than, since this is going to be somewhat of a renovation, are they going to be required to follow current code? And are they going to be required to be ADA compliant? Because I noticed that they may or may not use the second floor and may or may not use the basement. Is there an elevator in the building? And how will that work if there isn't? Thank you.
The applicant is here. This now would be the time if you'd like to address us, please. Thank you.
Chris Becker, that axe throwing place. We will be ADA appliant. We are not using the basement or the upstairs. I believe that our print will show that we will comply with all current codes.
There may be questions. I guess I'll open it up if there's any other public comment. Legal, are we able to answer questions or ask questions in this case?
Yeah, we just want to answer questions coming from the council.
Okay.
Yep. Just a pro forma issue.
Okay. Is there any other comments from the applicant or the public? If not, I'll. Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Gibson?
Yeah, I have one question. I'm fairly new to this, kind of an interesting concept. My understanding will be open to children from 10 and above, throwing axes. I'm just thinking a little ahead of time. I mean, I'm okay with it, but whether or not we need to have liquor served, you know, I realize adults are gonna, I was new to this town and I didn't know what this other game that they play, this cornhole thing, which is quite popular. And that's, you know, of course, liquor is served with that. So I have no comments. I was just concerned it is 10 and above.
I'm sorry, Councilman. No, it's 12 and above, I believe, is where we are headed right now.
Okay.
That's the rules, is 12 and above, 10 is too young.
Okay.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, Councilman Gibson did ask some of the questions that I had, and I was also under the impression in the reading material that it was 10 and above 10 and with permission for anybody under 18. So if it's 12, that's fine. I'll just make a note. So my questions were sort of along that same line with regards to not so much whether you should have the liquor license, it's the combining of whether or not that goes with the recreational facility for which it's intended and who's participating in it. And separate, there aren't any issues, but jointly, I do have the same questions in some respect that Mr. Gibson had, plus some others. So in your SWOT analysis documents that were filed as a part of your application, it indicated some potential weaknesses, which you don't have any professional axe throwers to give customers the advice that they might need. There were some questions about whether or not you would need specific rules and regulations with regards to threats and security, with regards to the operations side of this, not the serving of the liquor. And in researching some of these other things in other communities, it seemed like the security needed rules and regulations in order to administer the use of alcohol on the lanes, or not permitted at all on the lanes. Being able to make ascertainment as to whether or not the individuals throwing axes are or are not intoxicated for safety purposes. And I'm looking at not only for the adult safety, they need to have hard-toed shoes and children in the area, et cetera. So as I look through the material in mixing the liquor license with the application, I'm wondering if you can put my mind at ease with regards to any certifications that will be obtained by the employees with regards to their expertise in axe throwing so that they can give instruction to those that are using your facility. How we segregate the liquor portion of your business from the lanes that are being used to throw the axes, and whether or not you can have alcohol on the lane. Any insights to that? Because I wasn't really too sure how that all correlated. That would be my first set of questions.
Absolutely. So what we have is lanes that are constructed 16 feet deep. The foul line is set at 12 feet. From the foul line back is the safety area. There is no alcohol permitted on those areas. That is separated by basically a chain link fence that you walk through a partition to get in. As far as training for axe throwing, we are looking into bringing in a gentleman that would train staff to properly show people how to throw axes and just help with the running of the lanes. And it's a class for a day or two is what he does. As far as our servers, when it comes to the alcohol, we would like them to go through some sort of a training, either through the state or have prior experience in that area so that we can identify those problems as far as people being intoxicated.
Okay, so based on that response, I'm assuming that after having some sort of training, they'll have some sort of certificate of training or something that shows that they've had some sort of training with regards to being able to counsel those that are using your facility safely. You'll have something.
The World Axe Throwing League is the.
Yes, you'll have some credentials.
Yes, I believe those are the credentials we're looking at. Correct.
Okay, and you'll have some sort of training, I suppose, and rules that need to be followed with regards to the application that security would make in your facility as to giving you the authority to take whatever action necessary.
Yes, we would reserve the right to not serve alcohol or let anybody throw if they were intoxicated. So if that's what you're asking.
Well, I am asking that because my foundation for all of that is, as I looked at the application for the license, I too don't have a real problem. Obviously, a recreational facility is, they put them in other places in the country and it looks like they're being successfully operated. And Jennifer said it fits our code. So that's really not I'm not sure where. I assume it's recreational facility is where it comes into our code for commercial recreation. So my real concern was whether or not in our resolution, we needed to add a whereas statement that said that the council is granting approval based on the applicant's hiring of appropriate security obtaining safe axe throwing training, and posting said certifications and rules of operations in the facility.
We will have those posted in our facility
So you wouldn't have any objection to our adding
For-
that as a condition of your license?
for insurance purposes. We do have that. That will be part of our security. I don't, as far as, I guess I'm not following where you're looking
Well, I'm
there.
assuming that they'll have to have some sort of written guidance as to.
Yes.
We're within our authority. We're asking you to
Yes.
leave because rule number 7 says you can't be intoxicated. when
Correct,
throwing axes.
correct. Yes, correct. We do not want that in our facility. That is correct.
So those are for your conditions. as
Yes,
well, And I'm
yes.
just looking at it from a public safety issue. If we're giving you a liquor license to do in conjunction with your business. I'd like to offer to council, we include that whereas statement as a part of the condition. I know that in doing some research on this, others have required that because of the potential mix of minors and alcohol with adults and the recreation. They've actually asked for a report to be filed periodically, at least for the first year or so, with regards to any incidents regarding minors and or safety issues that occurred at the facility once we've given a thumbs up. I didn't put that in here, but I know others have. But I would at least like for the council to have some assurance that these certifications have been, the training has been done, and that security has the rules and regulations in order to be able to handle the situation at your facility as a part of granting you the license. And so I would make a motion to adjust the resolution 2021-153 at the appropriate time to add that whereas statement.
Any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
Yeah, I guess I welcome your new business. I hope we don't get too bogged down in this. As somebody who's golfed and bowled and had balls flying around all over the place. This doesn't look terribly much more dangerous than that. And it'd be probably better controlled than that is.
Yes, it's way more controlled. It's way more controlled in a small lane.
Any other comments from council? Okay, Councilman Yerger, that was a motion, right?
Yeah, so I have a motion to add a whereas statement with regards to what the applicant said they would be maintaining naturally anyway, according to the law and operating procedures that they intend to employ. So it doesn't seem like it would be onerous to put that into the requirement that says you're going to train and post and have the rules for security purposes as a part of your application. So I make that motion.
Okay. Do we need to know exactly what I mean, we know what is council aware of what exactly that whereas is saying, right? Okay, go ahead. Yeah, if you want, can you clarify? There you go, you're on.
Whereas the council's approval is conditioned on the applicant's hiring of appropriate security and obtaining safe axe throwing training and posting of certifications for its employees and the rules of its operation. I'm getting a nod from the applicant.
Yes,
that covers things that will have.
That's what we intend.
Councilman Lakeman?
I'll second that.
Okay, cast your vote to add the whereas.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay. Now I take a motion to resolution 2021-153 as amended. Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2021-153 as amended.
Councilman Gibson?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 3, a resolution 2021-154 to approve an amendment to the comprehensive plan, particularly an amendment to the future land use map. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request to amend the comprehensive plan to show the area south of County Road T between Summers and 275 as industrial instead of commercial. It's associated with the next 2 items on the agenda. The Planning Commission recommended approval 8-0 earlier this evening, and staff recommends approval. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Jennifer? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. I did have a question about the map that was included in it. It was actually dated 2016, and we've had changes on that land use map, I think January 2018, that weren't taken into consideration. It noted that some of these areas were residential when in fact the land adjoining it or adjacent to it, immediately to the north, are of commercial, and in the southeast area are commercial, and the map that was furnished in your agenda. And that the southwest area itself was residential. So I just, if there's a more updated current map, I believe probably should have been included in the agenda. So not only the council, who had to read through over 1,073 pages, could have had that at their fingertips rather than looking it up, as well as the public. Thank you.
Are there any other comments from the public? Okay, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
Since we were all here to witness this, I guess from earlier, we need to fix the resolution whereas statement to recognize the vote that was taken earlier.
That's correct. And I would say this map is the 2018 map. It has a 2016 date on it, but it's the map that we updated and it came straight from the website. But yes, we do need to amend the resolution to show that the planning commission voted 8-0.
8-0 or 7?
8.
8. Thank you.
Is that a motion, Councilman Yerger?
Yeah, so then I would make a motion to amend the resolution to reflect the actual vote of the planning commission at 8-0.
Okay. Councilman Legband? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Take a motion to approve resolution 2021-154 as amended. Councilman Yerger?
Make a motion to approve amended resolution 2021-154.
Councilman Sukram?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now we're moving on to item 5, an ordinance. No, we amended 5's ahead of 4. Ordinance 5593 for a change of zone from general commercial to light industrial on property generally located at 325 County Road T, also known as Sheldon School Road. There's also consideration to request to suspend rules and move to final reading. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request to change the zoning from general commercial to light industrial on the area that we just approved the change for in the comprehensive plan. With the change in the comprehensive plan, this change of zone would be in conformance with the plan and staff recommends approval.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any comments from council? Councilman Legband?
Just a quick one. Does House Levine, did they look at this and they?
Yeah, we've had several conversations about it.
Perfect.
Any other comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
If not, I make a motion to approve ordinance 5593, rezone from general commercial to light industrial for the stated property.
Councilman Legband?
I'll second that also.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
The first reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally described as lots 1 through 3, amend subdivision from GC General Commercial to LI Light Industrial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing an effective date on first reading.
Councilman Jensen,
Yeah, I'll make the motion to consider the request to suspend rules and move this to final reading.
Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending ordinance number 5427 as it pertains to the zoning map to rezone the property generally described as lots 1 through 3, amend subdivision from GC General Commercial to LI Light Industrial, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability and providing effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
The ordinance is approved 7-0.
Moving on to item 4. Should be ordinance 5590, amending sections 11-500 and 11-900 of the UDC to define contractor yard and construction sales service and to include them in the use tables and in the agriculture, industrial, utility, transportation, and communication use standards. This would be for second reading.
Good evening, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This was before you at the last meeting, and Councilman Yerger and I spent some time going over it. We agreed on multiple changes. Thank you for working with me on this. I appreciate it. And we agree, I think, on everything but one item, and I'll let Councilman Yerger talk about that. But the changes since the last meeting, under table 11-50204, we removed the limited use for construction and contractor services from the general commercial district. Under the use specific standards, we made some amendments there. We moved some of the language from the definition into this particular area. And that's the primary change. And then under the definitions, we struck the items that we moved up above. And then we also struck the definition of contractor yards because we agreed that that was redundant. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions? Councilman Jensen?
I'll just ask, is this something we'd like to move to final reading as well?
That would be wonderful. That would tie everything up and it would be great.
Councilman Yerger?
Well, and I want to, again, give thanks to Jennifer for working on this. And I know that the applicant is probably more than happy that we're getting to the end of this. It's been kind of an arduous process. But just for purposes of some background for council on the things that I guess I still think the council ought to give some consideration to tonight as a possibility for further refinement. And Jennifer alluded to one, and that is the table 11-50204, which is currently essentially changed to being limited use, except for a PD district where it's conditional. And what I wanted to point out for the council to give thought about here is that most of these facilities will use storage yards. That's one of the reasons that there was going to be a definition for storage yard, or they're going to have outside storage. And further down in the table that we are looking at in 11-50204, there is a description of storage yards and where they are permitted or conditionally used. And the discussion I had with Jennifer was whether or not the construction and contractor services permissions ought to correlate with outside storage uses as well. And so that's an area that I think needs to be explored. One of the other areas that we discussed was in section E of the 11-50404 section under sub 2. And we talked about the need to have access, to these services, et cetera. And originally it said by collector arterial. Language was jointly modified so that we could try to be more accommodating. One of the things that we didn't do that I think council should think about is whether or not we want to add some verbiage about without creating a public safety hazard. The language that we got is helpful, but maybe adding a little bit more about public safety would be beneficial. In 11-50404 subparagraph 4, it talks about outside storage. And there again, this might be something we'd want to talk about and consider with regards to whether or not that needs to be permitted and shielded from public view. If you're an adjacent property owner, whether you're residential or another business, you might like to at least have an opportunity to weigh in with your perspectives about somebody that's going in next to you. It's not to say that it would change anything, but allowing for that to occur in subparagraph E4 would be good. And then this is something else, Jennifer, that I just caught today in a section 11-920, which is the definitional section. We're giving an illustrative there of a lot of the types of businesses that could go in to this definition. And one of those, or it doesn't reflect the fact that cement and paving contractors would fit this definition. And in particular, I think that's the business that Mr. Min is in. So he's not listed. And I realize these are purely illustrative. And so that's not all encompassing, but maybe we could clean that definition up a little bit with some wording inserts. And I'll give some suggestions later, but I think we could clean that up just a little bit more. And that would give protection to those that we're really talking about this evening, at least in the illustratives. And there may be others that qualify as well, and we can't name them all. But at least we'd be capturing that. So those are the areas that Jennifer and I didn't come to some sort of terms on. We did on practically everything else, which was pretty good. But I would ask the council to give some thought to that as we listen to anything more that Jennifer might have to say, or members of the public regarding those particular 4 changes.
We'll open the public hearing. Any comments from the public? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yurk.
So since there was no public comment, I guess I'm going to ask for some council input here as to the best way to approach this. The items that I mentioned, I would like the council to consider amendments to the UDC. I'd like them considered individually so as to not put them into a package in case they like some and don't like others. They can vote individually. So I have crafted these into individual amendment recommendations. And do I need to put those all on the table as amendment and then an amendment to amendment? Can I just put them all out there? I just want to make sure that I get an opportunity to introduce all 4 amendments based on the items I discussed earlier.
They should be voted on one at a time, amendments to the ordinance. The concern would be amending them without advance public notice of what the amendments are, and then skipping the 3rd reading today. But I guess that would be just like doing it after 2nd reading anyway. So if you wanted to do each individual amendment as individual votes.
Okay. I think that's most functional. I just didn't want to run out of my 5-minute clock before I got to, as we stop and vote on each one before we get to the 4th one. So proceed individually.
Yeah, just do them one at a time.
Okay. So the first amendment that I would offer to council is a change in the 11-502.04 table that's in your packet. And it would be to change the limited use in the BP, LI, GI, and AV zoning districts to not permitted, conditional, limited, and conditional. That is, it would be a dash, a C, an L, and a C instead of Ls. And the last item in the PD would be a would not be a C, would be a dash or not permitted. Those follow the storage guidelines, so that we would be setting this up to reflect the same thing, so that those that are going to have outside storage would be following that category. And I would just offer this in further explanation with regards to what we heard with the Jose Levine presentation. If they're thinking about splitting this, heavy commercial in their vernacular was going to cover outside storage. But I noticed light commercial was not. So this sort of tries to get to that same thing and setting us up for that. I think it's more appropriate that we give the public an opportunity for conditional use discussion. It probably ends up the same way. It's just a step, doesn't take anything away. So the motion is as read. Change the L's in BP, LI, GI, AB to not permitted, C, L, and C respectively, and C changed to not permitted in PD.
Mayor and council, at this point, I would just recommend that we receive what is happening into the record and then proceed with final reading to make sure we get all of this correct and understand fully what we're voting on. But that's just, thank you.
Okay.
And so do you want me to read the other amendments or do we want, we can stop the vote on this one? I do not.
I was just making a
This is
recommendation.
just a table change. It's a matter of changing 3 letters to 4 other letters.
I would like to hear Jennifer, your thoughts, please.
We're showing it as a limited use in the BP district. We have a number of contractor yards that we have approved the sale of property to in that district. And if we don't allow them as some sort of a use in that district, we'll have to go through a whole process of figuring out how to resell that property. Contractors' yards tend to be less intense than some of the storage yards you see. One of the reasons we came up with the definition and separate category for a storage yard was the piles of dirt that you see off of Morningside Road, which is really very difficult to screen. It fits the category of storage yard, and there are other storage yards like you see at structural components and other uses that are just a much heavier use, which I think warrants a conditional use permit. Most of these uses, I think, are less intrusive than that. Which is why I've recommended a limited use. In the AV district, storage yards are listed as a conditional use. We don't have anything zoned AV. We have the airport, but it isn't actually zoned AV. It's zoned industrially. So that's a little redundant. I guess that's why I think we don't really need something there. And then finally, in the PD district, the way our UDC is written today, you can have a planned development in any district. So if somebody wanted to do commercial district or an industrial district and include contractor services, that would then be a conditional use in the planned development, like most other uses are in a planned development. I don't anticipate that we're going to have many planned development uses coming forward before we adopt the UDC. But that's why it's there.
You do not recommend this amendment?
I do not.
And let me just say this in the effort of compromise. What if we just changed your L's to C? So that the public and the surrounding businesses would have an opportunity to at least voice any potential objections they might have. It's only another step to get a permit.
rather than just it's an automatic type of consumption, that it's allowed to.
Mark, you're wrong.
I guess I would leave that up to the council. Conditional use permit adds, a good month to 6 weeks to the timing of the process, knowing that we've sold a number of pieces of property to individuals who were intending to use it for a contractor yard, asking them to jump through another hoop is my concern on that. At the same time, I understand your concerns. And that you might want to be in a situation where the public and the council would have, and the planning commission would have an opportunity to provide additional input. So I'll leave that up to the council's discretion.
So I'll withdraw my original amendment language and suggest that we substitute Cs for the Ls that were listed in 11-50204. I'd be satisfied with that. This is a city code that applies to the entire city, not just now and not just for things that we've recently sold. This applies until we change the city code forever. And it would seem to me that giving the public and adjacent property owners at least an opportunity to speak is beneficial, and we ought to do that. So I'll make amend my motion to change the Ls under BP light industrial to conditional, leave the GI one. That always was allowed. Right?
You left it out, right? We struck the G,
You had it as L. I was going to leave it L. I still leave it L. I just need to change BP and light industrial.
Oh, sure.
to C.
Yeah. I was looking at
And
GC.
you already
I'm
have,
sorry.
you already
Yes.
have L and C for the others, so I wouldn't be
Right.
changing just the two. The business park and light industrial would need a conditional use permit. That's my amendment.
Okay. Councilman Legman.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I still would like our professionals, our staff, make these decisions, not us, because we don't know everything and how these all are written or explained. I think our staff has done a great job. I know House Levine coming in, some changes are going to be made. But for right now, I think we need to leave it the way Jennifer has it, so we know we're doing things correctly.
Okay. There's a motion to amend. Councilman Ellis.
I'm going to second the motion because I believe that this is for all the city. This is not just for a particular land. So I know that if I own land and somebody was going to come and build, I would at least like to have some opportunity to come before council and say, if you're going to put storage area there, let it come before the committee and go before planning commission. So I'm for the changes here. I do appreciate the work has been done, but I think just a small tweak here is going to allow the community to have a little bit of input.
Okay. Is everybody clear on the changes? If anybody's not, please let me know. Councilwoman Ganem.
Repeat it again. Is this something that we could maybe bring for next meeting? Table and bring for next meeting so that we can have it in front of us and confer with Jennifer again?
Councilwoman Ganem, I think the intent was to suspend the rules and hold third reading. So if the council wanted to, they wouldn't be able to do that.
So as I
don't have to
understand,
do that.
this particular amendment would, on table 11-50204, under the business park district, instead of L, it would be a C. And in the light industrial district, instead of L, it would be a C. It would not be allowed in the general commercial district, and it would be a conditional use in the planned development district.
Jennifer, would you
Did
go-
I summarize
go up
that
to the-
correctly?
Go up to the screen and point it out, would you please?
So this would be a C and that would be a C. The rest would remain the same under this amendment.
Councilman Jensen.
Well, everybody's putting their 2 cents where they're, I agree here. Let's get this over with. Apparently, there's already been some back and forth between you and Councilman Ellis. You've talked about this at length. There's been I'm sorry, Councilman Yorger, we've talked about this at length. There's still points obviously he doesn't agree with, and now he wants to negotiate here. I'm with you. Let's hold with with what our professionals are telling us.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the amendment. Cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-5.
Councilman Yerger.
Okay, the second amendment that I had would deal with section 11504, subparagraph E. And the existing definition that has been proposed, I would just add at the end of that paragraph sentence, after the word facility, or creating a public safety hazard. That gives the public that might be affected an opportunity to at least come in and discuss it after the fact, to try to remedy a circumstance. We're giving way with regards to how they access, but you still need to be concerned about public safety. We kind of talked about that, Jennifer, but I did it in a different way than what we had originally talked about. I thought it was easier just to add it to the end of the sentence. For examples, if you have truck or trailer traffic, large dump trucks driving down a street where other businesses and children are playing, you don't want to create a public safety hazard, even though we're allowing them to traverse the street. You still don't want to create a public safety hazard.
Sure.
That's all. That's amendment 2.
Jennifer, can you speak to that, please?
I don't have a concern with that.
Okay, as that motion to amend?
Yeah.
Okay, Councilman Ellis,
Second that.
any other comments from council? Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
The third amendment has to do with paragraph 1150. The third amendment has to do with paragraph 1150404, subparagraph E4. And I would simply insert the following phrase: the outdoor storage areas in zoning districts other than general industrial require a conditional use permit. I guess based on previous voting, we will strike that. I won't even put that in. So I'll take that out. It would read: storage areas shall be located in the rear and side of primary building and shall be screened from public view would be the only insertion I would make there. The rationale being that an 8-foot fence might not cover a dump truck or excavation equipment sitting on a trailer. Therefore, it will be in public view. And since you're not going to give the public an opportunity to voice their concerns, then we ought to at least say that they're outside of public view. So that's the amendment to 504E sub 4.
We have a 8-foot limit on fence height in our commercial districts and a 6-foot limit on height of fences in residential districts.
I understand that's the limit. It may mean that instead of storing them stacked up on their trailers, they have to put them inside their buildings or unload them, rather than to be above the 8-foot fence height, to be outside of the public view. The question is, are they going to be in public view?
Travis, how would you interpret that if there was something stacked, something taller than an 8-foot fence? Would that be considered to be in public view if only a portion of it is visible?
Well, that would be I guess that would be a definitional question that would have to be probably litigated. If you want to make it public view straightforward, saying that there shall be no public, well, I don't even know how you do it that straightforward without there being a discrepancy in definition.
And I'm not sure that
It's been a while since I've been up to the site to look at the concrete contractor's yard. I don't know how tall things are, if there's any equipment that's taller than 8 feet there that might be considered in public view. I don't know.
Well, I can only tell you, having been involved with enclosed trailer, it's large enough to have vehicles inside. They are taller than 8 foot. So they will definitely be in public view regardless of where you put them. And if you put a excavating equipment on top of a trailer, it's definitely going to be over 8 feet as well. So my concern is whether or not those things will be shielded. And behind the building is one thing. You're going to allow them on the side of the building with an 8-foot fence. I think they ought to be out of public view. That's the amendment. I'd like to add the words public view shall be screened from public view.
Councilman Legman.
I don't like this one at all either. I just don't think we have a right to tell people what they should or can and cannot do as far as parking their trucks and things like that. I don't like it at all.
Okay. There's a motion to amend. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-5.
And the final amendment has to do with section 9.
Turn on, please.
The final amendment has to do with section 11.920, the definitions. And I would like to add after and contractor services include but are not limited to. Then there's a list of services that include plumbing, heating, electrical, air conditioning, exterminator services, lawn and garden service, and add the words cement paving contractor services. That's one of the businesses we're attempting to accommodate with all of this changes about construction and contractor services. And it would seem appropriate that they at least be listed as one of the potential examples that fit this definition.
I might just call it cement services.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, amending to include cement services.
And phrase, but are not limited to, because Jennifer is giving it an illustrative.
Yep, that's
But
fine.
it's not all inclusive, so we need to be clear that it's not all inclusive.
Yep, I'm good with that.
Okay. Councilman Legman. Okay. Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Okay, now I would take a motion to approve ordinance 5590, hold second reading as amended. Councilman Gibson.
So moved.
Councilman Yerger.
Second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now have second reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11, zoning, subdivision, and site development, Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on second reading.
Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to hold an ordinance 5590 and to suspend the rules and hold the third and final reading.
Councilman Yerger.
And I'll second that motion despite my objection moving to third reading on most things. But in this case, the applicant that raised this issue has been waiting for months. And so I'll make an exception to waiving third reading and a second to Mr. Jensen's motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor. We'll
now have final reading.
An ordinance of the city of Fremont, Nebraska, amending Exhibit B of Ordinance 5427, specifically portions of the UDC Chapter 11 zoning subdivision and site development. Exhibit B, providing for repeal of ordinances in conflict herewith, providing for severability, and providing an effective date on final reading.
Cast your final vote.
Motion carries, or the ordinance is approved 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to item 6, resolution 2021-155 for approval of a conditional use permit for a child care center located at 1737 and 1741 East Military Avenue. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. This is a request for a child care center in 2 of the suites of an office building located at 1737 and 1741 East Military. There would be up to 12 children in each suite. The child care facility would be licensed by the state of Nebraska. The Planning Commission recommended approval with the condition that a 6-foot opaque wood fence or vinyl fence, a 6-foot opaque fence surround the play area. That recommendation was not just for the safety of the children, but also to mitigate any noise or negative impacts that might occur on the neighbor's property. There was a letter from the neighbor expressing those concerns. And apparently there had been children in the area in the past that had caused him some problems. So the Planning Commission voted 7-0 with that condition. And with the resolution, we're also recommending that the conditional use permit be granted just to the applicant and not be applied to the property. That way, if there's a change in ownership at some point in the future, that applicant would then come back and reapply.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Do you believe that the 6-foot fence then satisfies the adjacent property owner's complaint and concerns? Were they consulted and did that alleviate their concern?
I think it should. I have not talked to that property owner. I know the concerns had been that there had been previously children on the property and kids making a mess on his property, and a fence certainly would take care of that, and it would help cut down on any noise.
Yeah, as I understand, residential property directly behind an apartment complex directly to the east on the backside of the property. And they're reconfiguring the playground area as a part of this, it looks like.
Right.
And so one of my questions is, because we had this discussion about the daycare up on William Street, it doesn't appear that with this particular facility, the way it's laid out, that the playground will be directly accessible from these suites where their children are cared for. Is that correct?
That's correct. They would walk from the suite down the sidewalk, and then there's a crosswalk that will be installed to the play area. So there will be a requirement that the kids walk across a portion of the parking lot to get to the play area. It's not a particularly heavily trafficked area. When my kids were little at daycare, there was a similar situation, and it's amazing to see what daycare providers can do with those kids that parents aren't able to do.
Can you remind me of the decision-making we had on the Williams Street daycare with regards to the fencing that they were required to put up? My recollection was that the exit from the daycare into the fenced area was enclosed within the fence. That is, children were not, couldn't open the door, go out the property without getting into the fenced area. That won't be true here.
There were 2 separate entrances. There was a main entrance into the building, the front door entrance, we'll call it. And then there was an entrance that went directly into the play
In the back,
area.
as I recall.
In the back, yeah.
So they had direct access, but. in
Right,
this
they
case-
did. In this case, they
won't.
don't.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing.
It's gonna take me a while to get there. The legs aren't working good.
Do I need to sign anything?
No, just state your name and address, please.
Lloyd Morris, 1726 East Fifth Street, the property directly behind the daycare. There was a daycare there before, and I had quite a few problems with them. I have a 1,000-gallon pond. The kids would run out the back door and they would play in my yard before they would go over to Lallman and Paulson's fenced area. They threw a full can. I have some very expensive koi fish in it. They threw a full can of fish food in the pond, and if I hadn't have been there, it would have killed about $1,000 worth of fish. And it doesn't make any difference to anybody else, but I got it all seined out. I chased all the kids off my property, and I had such a problem with the other people. The noise, they were throwing trash, rocks and everything. I had kids crawling on all my equipment. I ran a stump business back then, and they were crawling all over my equipment. I had to chase them off. Every time they came out, they would run into my backyard. So I had them put up a small fence, but then they didn't put it all the way up to the end of the property. And so they'd run out, they'd come around the fence, get into my yard, and then go over to the fenced-in property. It was very disconcerting to me because I could not be there all the time. I had other people call me and tell me that there was kids crawling on top of my equipment and my concession stand and my trailers and everything back there. It got to be to where I couldn't leave until after the 8:30 play area and the 3:30 play time. I had problems with the daycare fenced-in area, as is there's a small little corner for the 3-year-olds to 1-year-olds to play in. There's a larger area that they had, and I'm not joking, every time I went out there, all of the girls that were watching that, the ladies that were supposed to be watching the kids, were in the southeast corner on their phones, never looking up at the kids. The kids were beating each other. I sat there and had to yell at a couple of kids that were throwing rocks at me. I don't really care, but it was always concerning that for the 3 years or so that they were there, I had to fight them every day. Now, I have put up a complete privacy 6-foot fence around my whole place, except for my gate. My gate is back right next to that property, and it's only 4 foot high, and it's a 4-foot double chain link fence. I have had a little bit of problem with the Mexican or Guatemalan church that's there because the kids will climb over that part of it, but I can't put a big swinging gate out of there because that's the only access to my property. And I don't know if the new daycare is going to address those problems. I had a little thing I wanted to read, but I already went way past that. I have a couple of questions. There are 2 addresses on that. Now, when it was Burdico's, I think it was Burdico's laundromat, it's just an office and a building with all the laundry equipment. When it was the other daycare, it's just the front office and the whole back end was the daycare. Now, it comes up as being 2 addresses now, and I don't see how they could have 2 addresses there. It's one continuous building. That's one of my questions. And if they have 12 kids in each section, are they divided by age for the front section and back section? I don't know what they're planning. Second one, all daycare has to have an outside playground. Is Lallman and Paulson going to put up another daycare fencing area? Are they going to have, when you come out of the back of that building, there's about a 4-foot strip of concrete, and then my fence goes to the lot line. And then they have to now follow that part to get around to if they put the new fencing up there. 6 weeks ago, they took out all the playground stuff that is basically rotted away. And now they have taken down all of the chain link fencing and have left the black wood chips that's there. Are they going to be putting in another complete fenced in area? They can use my fence is on my, or it's actually 1 inch in my lot line, they can use that part to their new fenced in area. I wouldn't mind that. I don't think they have to put another fence up parallel with mine. They can use my side of it. Does that sound anything like anything? Hello?
We can't answer questions, but we can help maybe after the meeting.
All right. And I'm concerned about the supervision. I won't be able to see any of it now, but the supervision from the other daycare was not adequate. And I won't be able to see any of it. And there's only about 3 or 4 people that actually were around the back of that building on their smoke breaks that turned these ladies in all the time. And I think that possibly was one of the reasons why they had to quit their daycare, because there was other problems, but that was one of them, was the lack of supervision. Am I done? I know you can't answer questions. but-
3 seconds. I'll answer that one.
Oh, okay.
All right.
No, I'm done. Thank you very much.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. I had very little input on this other than you've got one way into this address and one way out, ingress, egress. And the way out is going to cross the crosswalk. This isn't a raised crosswalk, I would assume it's a painted crosswalk. You've got roughly 100 square foot, 100 lineal feet of playground by 100 feet. Is it going to be completely enclosed with an access gate to prevent the littles, not knowing the age groups, from, not using a bad term, but escaping, having had daycare kids crossing over? I'm just curious as to the safety aspect with this. You've got some parking there that's going to be right up against the fenced in area, I assume. The north side of the playground will be fully fenced. Will you have bumper guard requirements there so that a car doesn't actually go into the fence? And how will you allow for that parking? Right now you have 9-foot by 18-foot parking stalls that are up against the playground area. And the gentleman had noted that they took out the playground equipment and that some of that fencing was in disrepair. Is there a specific requirement for this type of activity? Don't have an issue with the 2 addresses, offices separated, but that covered area only extends along the front, I assume, of the buildings and goes from the north to the south, but ends at the crosswalk area. There's approximately 50 feet, which includes roughly 20 feet that they have to cross the parked area. And that is a dedicated crosswalk, I would assume. But again, you have traffic crossing that area. So I'd exercise caution because you do have that responsibility to look out for the safety and welfare.
Any other comments from the public?
Hi, Mallory Maynard. I'm the owner for Little Hands and Feet Daycare. I wanted to address the concerns that this gentleman had. We are going to, with the 2 separate addresses, one would be for strictly infants. So infants would not be going outside of the play area, but the second suite would have toddlers and up. When it comes to the fencing area, if you are wanting, we could separate like from your property where we would have a little bit of distance so the kids wouldn't be distracting your area. We would be monitoring. I would have a security camera, so I would also be seeing it, and also families would have access to it so they know what is going on. With the staff being on their phone, I do agree. I don't like that either. That would be one of the rules or in a contract where the staff have to sign saying they understand that they cannot be on their phones while being outside with the kids, because you're right. What if they are getting into someone else's property or your property again, or a kid is being mean to another kid, or some kind of safety is happening and they're not paying attention? That would be a liability on us, and I don't want that. So we would be making sure that those older kids groups would not be affecting you or hurting anyone else. So we will be moderating that. And then the time frame for having the kids outside, the toddlers and up, we would only have so many kids going outside at a time. So we wouldn't have to have that traffic while crossing that sidewalk. We would not have that problem. And then as for parking, we would have like a little cement part, you know, where they know where to stop. So they're not continuing going too close to the fence. So, yeah, thank you.
We just have one opportunity. sir.
Okay.
Yep, we just have one opportunity, so.
I can't come up and say anything about their parking? Okay.
I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Any additional comments from council? Councilman Yurger.
Well, after listening to that, I have a couple questions for Jennifer. So as I understand the fence discussion, the property behind already has a fence and needs to have egress through that fence on the backside of his property. It has to have something other than through the front, right? According to code?
I don't know where his,
Well,
exactly
he said
where
it
his
was, he said it was
property.
in the back fence line, so.
Yeah, I
what
don't know.
crosses the back has a,
I don't know if it's on the west side or on the south side where his property is.
his property is south.
And so if he's going across somebody else's property to access his property, there
No,
would.
I'm concerned about
there would be
today. The fire
required to
department
be
can
an
get
easement.
through the fence at the backside of his property through the gate that he has in the backside of his property. If the daycare puts up or adjoins to his fence, egress is through that same gate. There's no public easement on that property runs between where the daycare playground will be and the property, the residential property behind. There's no utility easement there. They can both build on the property line they're fencing.
They can build their fencing on the property line. We encourage people
And there's
to
no,
build it
but there's no
in
easements.
with a couple inches is what we recommend. When somebody comes in to get a building permit for a fence, we always check the easements to make sure that there's not a conflict. But if he's accessing his property by driving through this property where the playground could be, then there would have to be an access easement.
No, I
So
don't, I don't understand that to be the case.
Understanding.
Maybe you can correct me. If you have a fully in fenced in yard, you have to have a break in your fence to
No.
allow fire department access
No.
through your fence, do you
No.
not?
No.
He
No.
has one, but he doesn't need it.
If he has one, yes, he does not need it to access his property. And again, I don't understand exactly how his property lies or where he is getting in and out, but it looks like he has to go onto this property to exit his backyard.
Well, that may be the case. If he's using it for an exit, I was more interested in whether or not anyone needed to have access through his north side
Yeah,
boundary
no,
line
that's-
fence to his property. And if
No.
so, they have to go through the playground now because they're going to abut and they may share a fence because he offered to share the
No,
fence,
there's,
but he's going to
there's,
be sharing the gate as well.
there's not a requirement to have a gate in your fence.
I need to talk.
And there was a question
is-
about the
is-
address. We gave new addresses to each of these suites because the state requires an individual address and not a suite number for the state licensing. So
Is the daycare required to have a certain amount of area in their playground based on the number of daycare people that they are caring for?
that's my understanding that it is a state
And-
requirement,
Okay,
correct?
and the entire area that's mapped out in our packet meets the standard, nothing less than what's outlined in this map meets the state standard, is that correct?
I have not calculated exactly how much of this area they need to meet the state standard. Licensure is a requirement, so they have to meet whatever the standards are of the state.
Does the applicant know?
Yes, it's 20 by 30. Yeah.
That would be an issue for Nebraska DHHS.
Exactly.
I'm only exploring that as to whether or not the playground area could be made smaller. That is, the fences aren't shared. They wouldn't go as far south with the fence encroaching upon or attaching to the residential fence. It would be a separate fence, but they wouldn't be within 2 inches. They'd be set back further, but if they need all the property.
Oh, you're saying for egress? Well,
Yeah. I just, I'm just looking for options.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Councilman Legman?
To me, it sure sounds like the applicant would be more than willing to work things out and do things the right way. If there's a problem, they'll work through it together. She seems very good at, let's find a compromise if there's some kind of problem. So I think sometimes we try to create problems that aren't even there.
Did I close the public hearing? I did. Okay, all right. Okay. Thank you. Is there any other comments from council? Councilwoman Gana?
I can guarantee that the owner of the building would do whatever is necessary. And certainly the new people that would be there are new. They're not going to commit the same kinds of negative things that were going on and going to other people's properties, because it's safety for the kids. That's priority. And I know my son has toddlers himself. So he's very aware of what's necessary and would be more than willing to certainly meet all the standards that's required. So I have to abstain from voting, but I couldn't abstain from speaking. Sorry.
Councilman Ellis?
Yeah, I'm gonna be voting for this. I just to congratulate you guys on your new business. We need daycare in the city, so I congratulate you for coming forward and doing this. Thank you.
Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Jensen.
I'll make the motion to approve resolution 2021-155.
Councilman Sukram.
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
That's completely wrong.
Motion carries 6-0 with 1 abstention, Mayor.
Moving on to the consent agenda. All items in the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a council member or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Are there any items to be removed by the from the consent agenda by council, staff, or the public? Councilman Yurger.
I have a couple of questions on items 11, 14, and 16, please.
Any other items from council? Go ahead.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. I'd like 12, 17, and 19 removed for discussion.
There's no other changes. I would take a motion to approve consent agenda items 7 through 10, 13, 15, 18, 20, and 21.
May I please say something?
I'm sorry, sir. Yes. Councilman Yurger.
So I'll probably get this wrong.
Well,
so make a motion to approve consent agenda items 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 15, 18, 20, and 21, noting that the clerk has already corrected item 8.
Councilman Legman.
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, this would be item 11. Resolution 2021-158, authorizing the Fremont Fire Department to purchase a 2022 Ford Super Duty F-350 SRW XL Crew Cab pickup from Sid Dillon's. Go ahead.
Todd Byrne, Fire Chief. What this is to replace a pickup that was damaged during the storm this last summer. We're going to be getting a customized box on it to help us get a little bit better storage than what we had before. And also, we're going to be getting a snow plow. We do our own snow removal at the fire station. The street department, it's always been excellent at getting us a tractor to use during the summer months, but there could be a time where we may not get a tractor from them for use. So this will give us a way to remove our own snow.
Councilman Yerger.
And my only question to you, Chief, had to do with the custom box, the $24,900 box that's being added to the vehicle, which is being purchased, the vehicle is being purchased through the state of Nebraska contract specifically. So my question was, is the box also being purchased through that same contract or separately purchased and installed by Dillon's?
That I don't know. I think it might be separate. I think the pickup is state contract and that was I think the snowplow is state contract. Tell you the truth, I don't know.
Well, that's the way I was kind of reading the purchase documents that were in our packet, and my suspicion was that the state contract doesn't cover the extra custom box. And the resolution that we have says that we're funding the pickup at $69,000 from the state contract, and that's where my concern came in. Did we need to distinguish the amount of the pickup truck through the state contract, which is a lesser amount? That's the 44th. I don't know if the snowplow is that also purchased under state contract, or is it just the $38,300 truck through the state contract and the other?
I know you can get snowplows through the state contract. I would have to double check on the custom box.
Well, I don't want to delay your getting the truck. I'd like to make sure we're wording the resolution appropriately as to what we can actually purchase under state contract and what we have to purchase separately as an add-on. And if it needs to be an add-on, we could fix it now by just stating that in the whereas statement and get this done.
Okay.
I'm not asking to wait. And maybe if it's safer, we could just fix the whereas statement to say, and a custom box at a value of $24,000, and it's not referencing the state contract and we're covered regardless.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm getting a head nod as to, let's modify, I'd like to recommend that we modify the third whereas statement in resolution 2021-158 to state that we're buying the pickup truck through the state contract at, what is it, $44,989, because that includes the plow. And we're buying.
They gave two different prices there on that quote there. That's if we did not get the customized box on it, and then it would have been 44.
Okay, well, you fill in the numbers for me. We're buying a truck and the snowplow through the state contract at whatever value. Let's put that in the whereas statement. And a custom highway products body for $24,930. That's what we're going to authorize. Is that clear to the clerk and clear to council? Okay, that's my motion.
Is there a second? Councilman Legman,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Take a motion to the resolution as amended. Councilman Gibson.
So moved.
Councilman Yerger,
Second, the amended motion.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 12, resolution 2021-159, approving the proposed Keno grant awards as recommended by the Keno Advisory Committee. This time we'll have staff report.
Good evening, I'm Angie Olson. I'm the Executive Assistant and Grant Coordinator. The Keno Grant Fund is a project that supports the betterment of Fremont. The applications are received twice a year, October 1st, and then again on April 1st, as long as there's funds still available. After the applications are received, they're reviewed by a mayor's committee, and then they make a recommendation to the council to approve the awards. And
all Keno grant awards require a 50% match. And tonight, actually, the advisory committee met October 12th to review. There's a typo here. It says the 5 Keno applications. We actually received 8. And the committee recommends the awards as you see in the staff report. These awards would cover the full $37,500 that is allotted to be given out at this time. So that would mean that there will be no April application period. Do you have any questions?
Any questions? Councilman Yerger?
I'd just like to be clear on your last statement to start with. That is that there won't be any funds available in April for folks to apply. You're spending it down to 0 now. Keno won't accumulate any more funds between now and April where applications could be made for a second supplemental grant request.
They actually, there's less funds to give out this year. And so because of the amount of applicants that were received, the amount of projects going on, the committee has decided to go ahead and use the funds now.
That's not my question. We're giving away all the money that you currently have in these grant applications. So you're
That's
taking the
correct.
balance to 0.
That's correct.
Between council's action and April, is Keno going to be replenished?
They will be receiving, excuse me, Jody Sanders, Director of Finance. There will be more Keno funds received throughout the year, of course. What she's discussing is the appropriation, the budget that was passed included an appropriation of the $37,500. And so regardless of how much more money comes in Keno, unless there's an amendment to the budget, that would be the limit that.
Oh, so the budgeted funds are the limit, not the actual intake
Correct.
from Keno.
Correct.
Well, thank you for that clarification. I didn't understand that.
Any other questions? Any comments from the public?
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street here in Fremont. For your Keno grant guidelines that are currently on your website and which was adopted when you put Keno in, including the challenge grant. This is a Keno advisory board that makes recommendations to the city council for funding. That said, there are 2 asks for October 1st and remaining funding by April 1st. It didn't say do all of the give out at one entity. And I apologize because somewhere along the line, attending your meetings and listening to the audio of all the meetings that you had on your budgets and going through the paperwork, I did find where you're correct. You didn't budget the 50 that had been offered in recent times. I don't know that it was ever discussed because I didn't hear it in the audio. I don't know that all of you collectively understood that you were decreasing the amount of Keno funds available. There's no harm in increasing your budget on this. That said, you also, at a prior meeting, October 12th, I believe it was, renewed Main Street's contract for $10,000 for 2 years. And part of that was to fund what they intended to move forward with on their projects. Their $5,000 ask on the Keno grants is almost like double dipping. We are now replenishing and giving them money to go towards a speaker system for the downtown sound system. That your BID came to your meeting, last meeting, and said they were funding on their own and getting private funding. There was not an ask or a request or an intent at that time to request Keno funds. You have some entities that could perhaps put the money to other use. One of them may very well be your Veterans Coalition. And another may be Lifehouse that do a lot of good for the community. I can understand a speaker system, but that's a business improvement district issue and Main Street. I would ask that you consider that. You have the final say, but I'm not really sure that you want to give all the money away now. You're going against, contrary to your guidelines that were set in motion by prior councils. And I again apologize. I did not catch during all the lengthy budget discussions that you decreased your approval for the funding for Keno. There was never any open discussion about that. That was just a line item and a decision by, I'm not sure who made it. And whoever's on that Keno committee, after some of us make our comments, perhaps you can step forward and say how that was determined. Because right now, I'm not aware of who exactly is on that Keno committee. You have some decent asks on here. And you have some areas that would be easily decreased. Should you downgrade that down to the 25 and at least leave $12,500 available for April 1st? And consider also increasing your budget line item another so that you have those same historical asks. It was difficult bringing that funding down to $50,000 in prior council years because the need in the community is growing. And that's obvious by the amount of asks that you have. And I can appreciate a church and a Catholic school, both private entities, wanting an ask, but I don't know that we want to continue to fund the full ask of Bergen because we had reduced that in times past and had chatted about decreasing it and eliminating it. And now New Windows. These are all private entities. They aren't public. And they aren't for the benefit of Fremont as a whole. So please take a look at your expenditures and where it's expended. And there are areas that you could better fund.
My name is Tom Cody. I live at 2625 County Road 11. I am chairman of the BID and I also sit on the board of Main Street. And I appreciate the Keno Advisory Board recommending that we get $5,000 towards our speaker system. As I explained at the last meeting, we're working with Main Street and Main Street is working with BID. And there's an opportunity to take the money that we get from Keno and apply that to the speaker system. And that'll save some money for BID to use on other projects. We're working together and I'd like to not have the $5,000 reduced. The $10,000 that it was budgeted to give to Main Street is for services rendered to the city and to help with the to help communicate issues to business people in the city and to set up meetings and that kind of thing. And it's this Keno money is for the speaker system. So I want you to realize that there's separation there. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Any other comments from council? Councilman Ellis?
Jody, if you can help me understand this a little bit, I believe that it kind of caught me off guard here that we're not going to have another one. In our budget, we have 25,000 for next year and 25 for the previous for the next year. That's what I caught from my notes or from my. So how much did we? Because the previous year I thought it was a $50,000 mark that we had set aside for Keno. I could be totally wrong here, but I was just looking at my budget before we left. I left here. The Keno brings in a certain amount of money based on how many people play it and the process. So us as a city, can you explain that process as far as, I know we put a lot of it towards property, helping out with property tax. Where does the rest of that money go? If we were giving away 50,000 a year ago and now we're only giving away 25, or my numbers?
So last year, we gave 50,000.
Okay.
Is what was budgeted. And when I say last year, Actually, that's 2021.
Right.
But that fiscal year is over. So for fiscal year 22 and I believe 23, let me double check that while we're here. I believe it's 37.5 for both years.
Okay, I missed that. I thought I saw 25. So, so that 50 went down to 37.
Right, because the way that we budgeted is because it's a match. We started budgeting it this way several years ago when previously the recipients were all community or community agencies that supported the city in such as Friends of the Library, Friends of the Parks, all of those kinds of entities. And so we basically were saying, because it's happening on city property, you pay us and then we'll do the project. So that when we do the budget, because if somebody were to come forward and have this kind of a request, we would need to have the full appropriation for the money that they would send in to us. So we basically went on that from that dollar amount from 100,000 to 50,000, or excuse me, 75,000. That's when we went from 50 to 37.5, if that makes sense. Half. I'm sorry. Well, and that's probably extra information. I apologize. The other places though, where money goes, we have, in 2021, we budgeted $20,000 for cleanup and redevelopment. That would be derelict property that went through the complete process and the council voted to demolish a house. That would pay for that.
That came out of Keno funds?
That would come out of Keno funds, yes.
Okay.
And then from what we get, we actually have to pay others of the amount that we get, and I'm gonna get the percentages wrong. But I believe it's a 5% tax we pay the state, and then Inglewood gets a percentage of what we collect as well.
Okay.
And then it's not that much. I think it's $3,000 or $4,000.
Goes for property relief.
Property tax relief.
Property tax relief.
Yes.
And what was us as a council involved in that? How much goes in property tax relief? How much goes to the Keno Fund grant? How did that become? Where did that become decided at?
We simply didn't talk about it.
Okay. So
Seriously, I mean, it wasn't like some nefarious.
No, it wasn't talked about at budget time, but
Right.
now we've got less funds.
Right.
Okay, so that just kind of reiterates my whole budget issue. Is we got major problems with our budgeting and we need to redo it. The other question I have is if a company or an entity wants money, $5,000 for a speaker system, they actually have to be matching funds. Is that correct?
Correct.
And how do we prove that that's matching funds?
Typically, if Lottie's the one that has done this before, but Angie will do it now. We asked for a copy of the invoice that they paid, showing $10,000 was paid. Then we release the 5,000. That's the mechanism that we use.
Okay, thank you.
Is that? Yep, she's nodding.
Councilman Lakeman.
Well, I'm on that committee and I think part of it was COVID, so we didn't get as much money, if I remember right, Lottie. Maybe you can help me out there. I think COVID had something to do with it.
Yes, so back for fiscal year 20, Keno receipts were down approximately $150,000 from 2019. But this fiscal year 2021, they're actually up 10% over the 2019 year. So for fiscal year 21, we, and I haven't final checked the numbers, the second half of October would have come in addition to this number, it was like 839,000. But so COVID there was a decline. We didn't award as many that year because we didn't know what the Keno Fund would do.
And I just want to say then, we looked at all of these and we can give only one person, one group, the real fire department, we gave their whole ask, but their whole ask was 1,500. Everyone else, we really studied and cut and cut and then what came to consensus on how much they should get. And it was not an easy process. And we spent a lot of time thinking and talking about all of these. So it wasn't easy. And I think this is a great recommendation. I don't want to see any of it cut. I think it should go in just the way it is now.
Yeah, it's a mayor's committee and I'll second that. I mean, I think when we were talking about applications, the fact that we had 8 was a big deal. I mean, when before we were struggling to get enough applications for the money we had. So in essence, this was basically one of the first times where we've had to, you know, we couldn't fulfill maybe all the asks. And so, you know, I agree with Mark in the fact that, you know, I mean, is it gonna do everything for everybody? No, but this was a good compromise from the committee, and I, you know, would recommend that this goes as presented. So, Councilman Jensen.
Well, yes, in the spirit of compromise, I'll listen to that, but I do hold concerns about public monies like this going to parochial schools and private churches.
And that was discussed in our meeting. And, you know, because we were trying to open up this to other entities because we weren't receiving the applications, you know, the process, you know, the 501Cs really opened it up. And I think in the future, we are going to make these guidelines more strict in regards to, and I don't know if Lottie want to kind of speak to that conversation, but again, this was the first time we had 8 applications and we had more asks than we had money essentially. And that's where we were at within the guidelines. So.
Yeah, just to add to your comment there, Mayor, that the committee, you know, and Councilmember Legman, lengthy discussion over what these projects are. You know, it's not just new windows in a church. That church is serving our youth for the summer lunch program. So, you know, there's great benefit to our community for the programs that these 501c3s are hosting. The community also talked about potentially discussing like reprioritizing. What do we want to do with our Keno money? Are we satisfied with the types of programs we are funding right now? And so to have a discussion with that committee and then bring forward a recommendation to council was also discussed at that committee meeting.
Councilman Yerger.
Well, I share some of Councilmember Jensen's concerns that he just mentioned. I also have some concern about others that have other sources of public funds. As I look down the list, I probably would have check marked in YMCA, the churches, and certainly have a problem in my mind with the sound system for Main Street. I distinctly heard the BID, the presentation say there was a $70,000 spend, they had money left over, they were going to buy that. And for us to be looking at a Main Street spend request of 15,000, which meant that they were going to be spending 30 if you want to get 15, and may have cut it to 5, when we have BID, which is unresolved, asking for similar funds and resources to do the very same project. I really have a problem with that. I also agree that the guidelines say that it's appropriate that you have October 1st deadlines and a supplemental in April. The fact that you had a lot of applicants this time is a good thing. Burning up all the money now and saying that, well, you won't be able to do it again for another year. I'm not so pleased about that because others that might not have made that October 1st cut might be legitimate candidates for some of the funds, as was suggested by the public. And I'm very appreciative of all the discussion the committee might have had on those that did apply, but some might have just missed the deadline and didn't get considered and were holding back no funds. I'm definitely on the page that says, I'd like to amend the resolution to at least eliminate the $5,000 to Main Street as being a duplicate of what we're dealing with on the BID side, which is still on the agenda for action with regards to what they're doing. And they were the ones touting the downtown sound system. So I don't think that one belongs on here at all. And so I'm going to make a recommendation that we at least strike that. That holds $5,000 in reserve for an April opportunity. For some that, might have missed their qualification. If others want to suggest other adjustments, I'm open to that, but I'm going to suggest striking that one from the resolution 2021-159.
Councilwoman Ganem.
If it's still discussion time, because that's not a motion yet. On the other hand, we say privately funded. We go out for grants for every place and everyone, even though they are public again too. Our library is searching everywhere for funding 80% of the project since our $2 million bond passed. That's a big chunk of funds. Main Street is going out to other entities that certainly are funding. So I don't see any difference in our library asking for funds from different groups or city groups, our public groups. Main Street would be the same.
I did have a motion on the floor, Mayor, to amend the resolution.
He had a motion, but
No, that's okay. I just wanted to make sure.
there's a motion. Yep. Is there any other discussion? Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
Second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-5.
Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Legban,
I'll make a motion to approve resolution 2021-159.
Councilman Gibson,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2.
Moving on, to item 14. Resolution 2021-161, authorizing the execution of a consultant agreement with Northeast Nebraska Economic Development District, also known as NENED, for the construction management of Community Development Block Grant 20-EMCV-003. Go ahead. Angie.
Hello again, Angie Olson, Grant Coordinator, Executive Assistant. So we have received an award through the Nebraska Department of Economic Development for Lifehouse to remodel the food pantry. And we've received the release of funds so they can start that process. This resolution is for the construction management agreement through NENED, who we work with to basically manage all of the paperwork that's required of in order to receive a community development block grant such as this. Is there any questions?
Any questions? Councilman Yerger?
I didn't have any questions for staff. I just had a recommendation with regards to the resolution. So if other council members have any discussion, I'll withhold my recommendation till they've made comment. Otherwise, I'll make a motion.
Okay, any other questions for staff? Are there any comments from the public? Now, go ahead, Councilman Yerger.
My request would be in the now therefore be it resolved statement in the second line, just ahead of consultant agreement, we add the phrase no cost grant funded. I'd like it to be clear that this is a no cost project to the city as the staff report indicates. Clearly, it's being paid for by a grant, even though the agreement references $10,000. We're not paying that. And so by inserting no cost grant funded ahead of consultant agreement, I think it's perfectly clear we have no obligation to pay.
Councilman Legban?
Yes, that's legal. Is that necessary? Thank you.
Motion on the floor to amend in the whereas statement. Is there a second? Councilman Ellis?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Jensen,
Make the motion to approve resolution 2021-161.
Councilman Legban,
I'll second that.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on, item 16, resolution 2021-163, approving purchase of substation switches from Prime Communications to address single points of failure at all substations.
Nicholas Brand, Director of Information Systems for the City and the Department of Utilities. This project consists of fixing some single point of failures at each substation in regards to networking equipment.
Any questions for staff? Councilman Yerger.
I pulled this off in particular because I'm interested in knowing, since this at least includes substation H as well as others, but at least substation H, correct?
Sure.
We have other agreements with Holstone that has them participating or reimbursing the city for costs associated with substation H at the rate of 63% reimbursement. Any reason that that reimbursement doesn't apply here?
No, this would be city infrastructure, so it has nothing to do with equipment necessary to Holstone.
How is it different than the transformers or the substation equipment at all? It's infrastructure. This is infrastructure to run the substations. It's an integral piece of the infrastructure. I don't see the difference. Infrastructure is infrastructure.
And besides that, I think we reached the max. We had a max that we were going to charge them. I think we've reached that. Troy would know.
And we would have to delineate out specifically for that substation, 63% of the share of that substation.
I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just trying to get to the point of whether or not substation H, which was subsidized by Holstone, because in essence, the public didn't need it. Holstone wanted it. We're paying for it and they're reimbursing us at 63%.
I think that doesn't.
And so if we need this electronics to run that substation, shouldn't they participate? And the only reason that we would not require that, it would seem, is if Jody or somebody said, well, we've already maxed out the limit of their participation. I wasn't aware there was a limit. If there is, I'd like to know what that is.
And I'd have to go
Otherwise-
back and look at that agreement, but I don't know if that would apply to infrastructure that's universal citywide, not just specific for that substation.
That substation H is used to provide electricity to more than Holstone. So
Yeah,
this
and
electronics is going to be used.
This
to-
agreement is for all substations.
Yes, and I thought you said, well, we'd have to narrow it down and just get down to a substation.
Well, I was saying
H.
that would be an issue. And that would be
And
almost-
I'm okay with that. I mean, it's not the whole cost then, but substations H electronics could be reimbursable if we pursued it. And that's what I'm asking. What would be the amount of reimbursement if we pursued substation H reimbursements for the electronics to run the infrastructure?
Yeah, and I'm saying there's an issue whether we'd be able to do that under the contract anyway. I'd have to take a look at that.
Then I would ask that this item be continued until you actually investigate and find out whether they should reimburse us 66% of the cost related to substation H.
I would just like to point out that we're actually addressing a single point of failure for communication between all the substations. I think that's a mistake, as per my professional opinion. We've already had one outage already. That this is to fix those kind of outages.
Councilman Legman.
I'd agree that Holstone will say, well, I don't care. I mean, I don't want it. It's your problem if there's failures in other places. So why should I have to pay for something that you're doing? So I don't see the reasoning on that one at all. I think this is for all our substations, not just H, all of them. So I think we need to continue on with this.
I didn't think a motion to continue was debatable.
Councilman Ellis.
Can you just alleviate or expand on what you just said? We had outages because of this software not being in place?
It's actual switches. So we have a ring in between all the substations, and when as it was designed initially, We put one switch in each substation and we had one on the shelf. And we had an outage at sub A when we were doing a firmware update, and it bricked a MACsec module, and that does encryption in between the switches, and it bricked a switch. So we took the switch, a new switch and a new MACsec module that was sitting on the shelf and replaced it. And the MACsec module replacement was bricked also. So the replacement we had was also bricked. And so we lost sub A, which is the power plant, and we didn't have visibility of all the substations at that point.
So we're down right now?
No, not currently. We got it back up and running. We had a drop, they had a drop ship, but we were down for 6 hours.
So this resolution is simply to purchase
The switches.
more switches.
Yes.
But
We're-
we've already
there-
got them purchased for all the substations. We just-
There is a switch that's in every single substation right now. What this does is there's two single points of failure. You have the switch itself and the MACsec module. So that's why we went with the new switches, 2 for each substation, and the MACsec modules are actually inside the actual switch. So if one switch goes down, you still have another switch that's available. We'll still use the switches that are in place right now, but we'll take them to a non-critical area for like door access and security cameras. So they're still going to get used. But at the substations, but this is to fix the key communication issue when we have something that fails.
Okay, so the discussion here is not really about whether we need switches or not. I mean, we need them.
Yeah.
The discussion here is who should pay for the one substation switch.
Yeah, that's.
So you know, for you to say that we need these immediately, I understand that.
Yep.
But the discussion here is who's gonna pay for the one on each.
Yeah, I don't see that as pertinent to this. I mean, that's
Okay,
a
not-
contract outside of this discussion.
And Mayor, it was a motion to table.
I wanted to have more discussion and didn't address it.
Oh, okay.
Is there any other discussion on this item? There's a motion to continue. Is there a second? Oh,
And talking with Nick, the contract we signed with Holstone was for reimbursement of construction costs. My understanding, this is a maintenance item. They're not going to contribute 63% of the maintenance costs for the future of this substation. Once the substation is completed and constructed, then all costs are ours. I'm not a switch guy, but my understanding was that this is a maintenance item due to failure of additional similar switches at other substations that caused us to update the switches at all of our stations so that we're able to continue communications. So this is a maintenance item, which would be on us, not Holstone. The Holstone contract does have a limit. We are in excess of that limit by about 100,000 on the $6 million. So there was a maximum number in that contract for construction, and we did exceed that also. So even if this was a construction related item, that number's been exceeded.
Councilman Yerger.
With that explanation, and thank you much, Mr. Shaven, for all that information, I withdraw my motion to continue.
Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilwoman Ganem,
So moved.
Councilman Gibson,
Second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 17, motion to approve request to transfer outlots in Gallery 23 from the LLC to SID number 8. We'll have staff report.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Jennifer Dam, Planning Director. I left my paper copy upstairs, so I'm looking on my phone. Apologize. This is a request to transfer the outlots that are highlighted on the map in Gallery 23 from the developer to the Sanitary and Improvement District. The reason it comes in front of the City Council is so that the City Council is aware of the transfer. It's a pretty standard item within SIDs. At the point of annexation, the city acquires all of the assets and liabilities. So that's why state statute is written for the city to evaluate this, to make sure that the city is aware of what assets are being transferred into the SID. Typically, when an SID is formed, the developer will transfer property into the SID. Usually the developer is the board of directors until the SID is developed enough to create an actual board of directors. That board of directors then controls the improvements within the SID and sets the budget and sets the tax rate. So that's something that is done separate of the city. This just impacts us so that we know in the future what they're doing with their assets and their liabilities. The applicant is here. She can probably better explain this than I just did, but I would be happy to try to answer any questions.
Any questions for staff? Any comments from the public?
I'll wait until after you, so I can answer any other issues that might come up.
Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street. When you add assets, often you're adding liabilities. So when and if this entire area gets annexed, I just wanted this pulled off so there's discussion about how this may or may not impact if the city were to take this on in an annexation, and how it adds to or detracts from any liabilities the city would take on.
Hello, my name is Vanessa Silk. I'm an attorney with Baird Holm Law Firm in Omaha. I'm here on behalf of SID number 8 of Dodge County. I'm dropping my pens everywhere. So I want to thank Jennifer for her assistance. In exploring this. I know that SIDs, there's only a couple here in Dodge County, and this one is within the zoning jurisdiction of the city of Fremont. When we first formed SID number 8 of Dodge County, we did enter into an SID agreement with the city of Fremont because we are, this property is located within the zoning jurisdiction or the extraterritorial zoning jurisdiction. I don't have those notes directly in front of me. And so within that agreement and over time, as Jennifer described, SIDs or the developers will transfer certain parcels to the SID. And typically those are outlots. So they're not going to be developed for a private residence, for example, which is what these lots are comprised of. And then the statutory provision that requires me or someone like me to come and ask for the city council's approval for this transfer is 31-736. The statute's second sentence says every SID acquisition of property. So as you can see in the staff report and the supporting documents, this is a quick claim deed for, I think, $1 or $10. The SID is not paying property value for these parcels. But again, back to the statute, the municipality or county having zoning jurisdiction over such property must approve the acquisition. And so that's why I am here, is so that we can document that the city council did provide their approval. Included in the staff report are also copies of just the form of the deeds that'll be considered by the SID in accordance with the Open Meetings Act and any other statutory requirements, along with the real estate transfer statement and a copy of the current plat for each of the lots at issue. Again, none of these lots are going to be developed as private residences or commercial properties, which is the overwhelming majority of the remainder of this Gallery 23 East development. So as far as transfers of assets and liabilities, the SID agreement is one source, the city ordinances, any other items that might be negotiated between the city and the SID before it's ever annexed. Those are all addressed. And most of what the liabilities that the city would take on are just maintenance for things like water, sewer, electricity. Typically, it's not annexed. SIDs are not annexed until their bonds are paid off. So again, that's a future decision for the city council. Today is just an incremental one for these specific outlots. So with that, I hope I've answered questions, but I'm happy to answer any more.
Councilman Yerger.
So to be clear, normally we don't get to interact with the public, but in this case, this is like the applicant, so we can ask questions. So my question really is, kind of boils down to this. I think you just said, which was an answer to my question, there is an SID agreement with the city. So my question is, in making these changes that are before us tonight, are those descriptive documents in any way subject to change?
The SID agreement itself?
Yes.
Sure. Typically they're not unless there's a major change to the plan development. I know that one change that would have altered over time, and Tyler, you may be familiar with this, was just replatting. So when the SID agreement was initially executed back in 2018 or 2019, it identified specific lots and blocks that have since been updated with replatting. But no, other than that, the majority of the agreement sticks in place because it dictates cost sharing or timeframes for sewer and water and electricity and major improvements. Those things typically, unless there's a major change to the development, those things aren't altered over time.
I suspected that as well, but in light of that, we're changing some of this agreement.
We're actually not changing any portion of this agreement. We're simply following the statutory requirement that when a property is transferred to or from, anytime property is acquired by an SID, even if it's for $0, the statute is very plain. 3176 says you've got to go to the zoning authority and get approval. So even if this was set in stone 5 years ago, now that we're actually making that transfer, we do need the approval of the city council.
So the SID doesn't describe the property in question as it is today and the property in question as it will be tomorrow, once we make these changes?
No, all this is the legal description of the outlots as they are described today in the plat. That's what the deeds represent. That's the transfer.
And is that part of the subdivision agreement?
The subdivision agreement contemplates that these types of outlots would be transferred to the SID at some point in the future when that document was executed.
So my bottom line question is, there's nothing in the SID agreement with the city that needs to be modified and before us as a part of this change, because nothing in that agreement is changing.
Not to my knowledge, but there's nothing in the statute 31736 that would dictate that this step precludes any other alteration of an SID agreement. So if the city council and SID number 8 determine at some point in the future, even after this transfer, hey, we have other outlots, we have other issues to address, nothing in this step tonight would prevent the city council from negotiating or engaging in that discussion.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure there were no documents that we needed to see before we made approval.
No.
Thanks.
Without any other questions, I appreciate your vote in favor of this.
Any other comments from the public? Any additional comments from council? Take a motion in regards to this item. Councilman Gibson,
I would make that motion.
Councilman Legband,
I'll get that motion to approve.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Item 19, motion to authorize staff to sign master services agreement with Omaha Public Power District for FEMA eligible projects. We'll have staff report.
Troy Shaven, Assistant City Administrator Utilities. City of Fremont through the Nebraska Power Association is part of or has a mutual aid agreement with any communities that are also part of that Nebraska Power Association mutual aid agreement. It basically says we will respond, or any of those communities will respond in the event of a catastrophic or a storm or a massive electrical power outage. Will respond if asked and if abled. We've done that a couple times for OPPD, once 2 years ago, and then you recall back in June, Omaha had a pretty severe windstorm that went through, knocked down a lot of trees, specifically on the east side of Omaha down through Bellevue. They had, 100,000 people out for multiple days. We sent crews to Omaha. They did some work for OPPD. We submitted our reimbursement and were paid by OPPD already. What this is Omaha has applied for FEMA reimbursement due to an emergency and has been granted FEMA funds. FEMA does not recognize our mutual aid agreement with Omaha through the Nebraska Power Association. It's a federal program. Obviously, their contracts are probably more, I don't want to say red tape-ish, I don't know what the word is, but this is the contract that OPPD needs signed with Fremont in order to be allocated FEMA funds that they will use to offset the funds that they have already reimbursed us for. Basically, all this does is allow them to get the money back from FEMA that they've paid us. It doesn't obligate us to do any work for them. It doesn't obligate us to pay them anything. We have our money. It's just it's an agreement that OPPD is now having to sign with everyone who did work during that storm in order to be reimbursed by FEMA for the amount that they paid out. So I can take any questions if you have any.
Any questions for Troy? Seeing none, any comments from the public?
Tall. Susan Jacobus, 1805 North D Street, Fremont. My only comment was the signatory, I believe, should be, with federal funding, should be the mayor. In times past, our FEMA, excuse me, I'm not talking about the lake boat. The FEMA requests and contracts have been signed by the mayor, and I would think that you'd want to continue that. The mayor is traditionally the signatory on funding requests, et cetera, things of this nature.
Just a point of clarification, this is not a FEMA document. It's a document from OPPD. And in full transparency, they actually sent it to me and said, here, just sign this and we'll be on our way. And I went, no, it doesn't go that way. But so I don't know that there's a requirement that it be signed by the mayor. I'm just letting you know that.
Thank you. Any comments from council? Councilman Yerger?
I'm kind of curious, when Omaha had the outage that you described, Troy, just recently, who authorized the deployment of Fremont personnel to Omaha?
Through the Nebraska Power Association contract, I think it says the city administrator has the authority to do that.
Not the mayor. The mayor didn't say send our employees. City administrator said send our employees.
I believe that's what it was, yes.
Where do I find that in his job description?
I am not human resources. I don't have that job description available.
I too think that this is a mayor's responsibility to make a determination that we're going to deploy personnel. And I don't have any problem with this. I just think that the mayor needs to be the one that signs this contract, and the mayor ought to be the one that says we're going to send our employees to work in other communities. So I would entertain changing the name and the title on this agreement that we need to sign to be that of the mayor. I make that recommendation as a motion.
Mayor, just as a point of clarification, there's no requirement that the mayor or the city administrator sign. It's up to the council, but usually with these personnel matters, the city administrator is the one that deals with them. So whether it's the current city administrator or in the future, that's irrelevant. The city administrator can sign it as much as the mayor can.
There's a motion, I guess, to amend.
Just signatory.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 2-5.
Take a motion to authorize staff to sign master services agreement with Omaha Public Power District for FEMA eligible projects. Councilman Jensen.
I will make that motion.
Councilman Gibson.
I will second that motion.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Moving on to unfinished business, item 22, ordinance 5588 to modify and continue business improvement district number 1 in the downtown. This is recommended by staff at this point to continue item. I take a motion to continue. Councilman Lakeband,
Make a motion to continue ordinance 5588.
Councilman Jensen,
I will second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1.
Item 23, ordinance 5592 to sell Tech Park lot to Boulevard Boys Properties LLC. This would be for second reading and consider request to suspend rules and move to final reading. This time we'll have staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. You considered this at the last meeting. Tyler was here and talked about his purpose of Mr. Clausen to purchase that lot to relocate the business that's currently north of town into the tech park. That was approved on first reading. We're asking that you go ahead and we've got the survey done, we've got everything done that we need to go move forward. Go ahead and approve that second reading and then suspend the rules and move to final reading as we have with other requests similar to this. So I'll take any questions.
Councilman Yurger.
My only comment really is this, made this comment before. We're moving in the right direction with regards to the purchase price. We're not there yet. We're still selling significantly under cost. But at the last meeting on this item, we had some discussion about the contracts are rather loose with regards to having any kind of a time period associated with earnest money. And there was some discussion about whether or not we could get it done in this contract, or certainly whether or not we were going to get it done in the future, so as to the fact we would actually be able to collect earnest money, because it's kind of worthless to have a statement in the contract we can't collect on. And I see it's not been made. So was there a conscious effort not to approach the purchaser here to include different language with regards to the earnest money and closing signature dates with regards to when this needed to be closed, so that the earnest money, if that didn't happen, would be subject to being turned over to the city?
You're talking about a deadline to sign the agreement, so. the
Yes,
earnest money
that's
had
what
to
you
be
said would be
turned
necessary
over.
for us to ever collect
Yes.
earnest money. And
Yes.
my request at the last meeting was, are we going to be able to build that into this contract? Didn't think that the applicant had any objection to it. We didn't do it. If at some point, are we ever going to get something built into our contracts? If not this one, in the future, are we going to get it done?
We certainly can amend the agreement if the applicant is willing to take it, but no, I did not reach out to the purchaser.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions for staff? Any comments from the public? Seeing none, any additional comments from council? Councilman Jensen?
There's no further comments. I'll just we move ordinance 5592 to second reading.
Councilman Lakeband?
I will second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
Now have second reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Boulevard Boy Properties LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on second reading.
Councilman Jensen?
I'll make the motion to request to suspend the rules and move to final reading.
Councilman Sukram?
I'll second.
Cast your votes.
Motion carries 6-1, Mayor.
We'll now have final reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska to Boulevard Boys Properties LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on final reading.
Cast your vote.
The ordinance is approved 6-1.
Item 24, ordinance 5594 to sell Tech Park lot to Allo Communications LLC. This will be first reading, consider request to suspend rules and move to final reading. Staff report.
Mayor, City Council, Brian Newton, City Administrator. We currently, as staff report says, we currently have a lease. This is where Allo is building their head end. In fact, they've already built their head end on the lease property. We could at that time sell the property. They couldn't purchase it because the UDC had provisions in there that didn't allow small lots like this not to have any frontage to the street, setbacks, things like that. That was amended. I think in the staff report was amended back in April or May. We've now got that passed us. This is a tentative agreement. We're not going to ask you to suspend the rules tonight. Ellows came back with some comments they'd like added to the agreement. So we're asking you just to approve what you have there. Travis is working with, the county's already approved the suggestions from Allo. Travis has got to look at them yet. We'll bring back the amended purchase agreement at the next meeting. Councilman Yerger, if you notice, there's a provision in there. They close within so many days. I don't remember which number it is. Travis, do you remember what number it is? I'm sorry. Signing, yeah, there's a provision, I think 60 days or something after in the remonstrance or something. Oh, that was for closing, yeah.
Questions for staff? Councilman Yerger?
Not so much questions. I guess I'm glad to hear that Dodge County has actually looked at this issue. That was one of my concerns because we're not authorized to sell property that belongs to the county. So at best, we would have been able to authorize a sale for our 1/2 portion of the land, which would not have been $7,500, would have been $3,731 based on the $32,500 price. In light of the fact that we're waiting for, I guess, this to be further amended, I don't see any reason to go to first reading. I would suggest we put this off to continue to the next meeting. You can waive all the rules you want at the next meeting to put this into effect immediately, but we need to have the documents in front of us that the county has already seen that we haven't before we even entertain first reading. So I move to continue this item to the next meeting.
I mean, in reality, first reading is introducing this item. So, I mean, I don't see an issue with having first reading tonight and making the changes and bringing them back to.
Point of order, please. I have a motion on the floor. It's not debatable, and that includes the mayor.
You can rule on the point of order, but.
Councilman Legman.
Don't we get a chance to talk?
Well, it was a motion to
Yeah,
continue.
but
so,
everyone can make a motion if no one gets to talk then.
well, let's amend the code.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I'm just saying, some people maybe wanted to talk too, besides you, Brad.
There's a motion to continue. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Cast your votes.
Motion fails 3-4.
Okay. Take a motion to hold first reading of ordinance 5594. Councilman Legban,
Make a motion, for first reading of ordinance 5594.
Councilman Sukro,
I'll second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 5-2, Mayor.
Have first reading.
An ordinance pertaining to the sale and conveyance of real estate owned by the city of Fremont, Nebraska, Dodge County, Nebraska, to Allo Communications LLC pursuant to Nebraska law on first reading.
Take a motion to adjourn. Councilman Gibson,
So moved.
Councilman Jensen,
I'll make the second.
cast your votes.
Motion carries 7-0, Mayor.
We are adjourned. Good night, everyone.